We are mucus-free. 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 Greetings, brothers and sisters. Welcome to another episode of the Mucus-free Life podcast. And today we are going to be talking about one of my favorite topics of all time. In fact, could be argued it is my favorite topic, which is the combination of music, the arts, and Mucusless Diet Healing System and mucus-free lifestyle, and the power of music to transform your practice of the Mucusless Diet Healing System. This is like a secret. This is that I'm imparting to you for free. In this session, this is be more like a workshop or a really extended kind of lecture discussion than it will be even a typical podcast. So, as many of you know, I'm a musician. As a musician, play trombone. It's my trombone back there. And from a very young age, I was fascinated by the phenomena of music. And let me fix this here. Yeah. And I recall at just a young age watching video footage, especially of Michael Jackson. I was real big into watching anything I could get a hold of Michael Jackson performing live. I was into it. And I was blown away. And we're talking, I'm young, I'm like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, the age. And I would be totally fascinated by the phenomenon of this man is on stage, sometimes not doing anything, sometimes just standing there frozen. And there are grown ass men in the audience that burst into tears, that start to cry. And I was just, what is this? What is this thing where you got these men in the audience that's crying as this other man is on stage performing? Like, what is that about? And so I got deeper into really trying to teach myself how to play music. Then when I was in the 5th grade, started having formal lessons on the trombone in the elementary school, public school system. And I started really noticing how music could totally change my consciousness and my state. Just I could be feeling one way or sad about something or mad or something, but then I hear some music or play some music and it would totally change how I'm feeling or and I'm like, like, this is such a powerful medium. Like, what is this? And I went on this journey of, what is this? What is this phenomenon? What is music? It was just when you come at it from that type of childlike wonder, like, what is this? Not just taking it for granted, and most of my friends did. Most of my friends or people that I know, and most people in general, most of my past students that took music courses from me, take music for granted. They like it, or they would have some form of music that they liked. They wouldn't know why they liked it. They wouldn't really have any deep insights other than, yeah, this is cool. I like this. Oh, I love this, or this person, or this band, or this type of music. I'm real passionate about that. But why? What is it about this medium of being able to control vibrations, which is what one way you could define music, controlled vibrations? It's one of the few universals in cultural universals in humanity. Every people around the world, whether they have a word that means music, every people around the planet that we know of has some form of what we would define as music, this controlled vibrational thing. It's one of the distinguishing characteristics of human versus other species on the planet. Even if we identify and we look at some animal and, oh, that animal's singing, that's us imposing the way that we conceive of things and think of things onto an animal. Or you go on Instagram and there's an animal or a dog starts howling in tune, or they can be trained to do things. You can train elephants to play pianos and things like that, but that's different than what a human does when they are performing this historic and sacred art of controlling vibration. It's a very special thing that, again, it's this human, one of the very few distinguishing characteristics that we can say the human is a part of the human experience, to be able to feel and enjoy and understand music. Now, that's not to say that animals can't feel it, because there's plenty of evidence where an animal will be attracted to certain kinds of music or something. That's kind of a separate discussion. But the fact of the matter is just, this is a very powerful medium, and there is, for something that's so powerful, you don't see a whole lot of insights or deep discussions about it unless you dig, unless you are on a journey to find it. What you see is it's packaged for you within the context of entertainment. What does the word entertainment mean? It means to divert your attention, take your mind off of your life or whatever. So to have this momentary teleportation out of your circumstances, it's still a change in consciousness. The question is this the best form of changing one's consciousness? Is listening to stories about hard living on the streets and murder and rape and sex, and is that something that when we are in this suggestive state of listening to music, and we'll talk a little bit about the trance and how inducing trance through music and how powerful that is, because essentially, going into a trance like state, this altered state of consciousness, is part of the human experience. It's another one of these things that even people talk about it different ways, have different definitions or concepts for it or whatever, oftentimes imbue spiritual or religious contexts into it or beliefs into it or whatever. But this phenomenon of changing one's consciousness at will, again, it's another, people study hypnosis or study prayer and meditation and all of these different practices. They hit on the phenomenon of trance in different ways, and there's different things that can be done in different types of human trance-like states. So I'm talking about that trance that you go into when you're listening to certain kinds of music. Now, most people, when you use a word like trance, most people know that experience, if you're an adult that drives, like you got some music going and you're driving someplace that you've been a bunch of times, and you're just, you're paying attention to the road. It's like you just went somewhere else. You're having an out of body moment while you're driving, because you don't, you're still there. Part of you is there, conscious, but you went somewhere else. Your conscious mind, or part of your mind, went off into something else. And if it was induced by the music, then that became experience. Now, first, if something happens on the road, or there's an animal or something, as long as you're not too far out there, you'll come right back, and just, you won't even think about it. The reflex will be there, and hopefully you don't hurt the animal. But just to give you a perspective of like, okay, well, that, so what, this trance phenomenon, like what are we talking about? What is that? So there's that, like the everyday kind of trance. Then we start to get into entertainment-based trance, putting you in a trance while questionable, with questionable intentions behind it. So now we're talking about screens, the medium of television, of movies, moving pictures. And you do what? You combine, or they do what? Combine audio with these moving pictures that move very fast, that seem like, make it look like it's moving. Like right now, it looks like I'm moving, but these are really just, it's like frames that are put together real fast, and we think like, oh, it's moving. But that's a different kind, now that's still trance. Somebody's sitting down watching Wheel of Fortune, or watching whatever these shows are, and you have sort of let go, and you're in that state. You're in whatever that frequency is. You're in that state of consciousness. You're in the Jeopardy state, the Breaking Bad state, like whatever you're keyed in on, that's where you're at. So, and then that gets into whole kind of discussion about that kind of thing, the Matrix, and they keep keeping you plugged in to just to these mediums that ultimately control you, keep you enslaved. And Brother Air had wanted me to mention or bring up, a lot of people don't think about if they listen to certain kinds of music by itself, say music that you would associate with like a horror movie. There's certain music that's played when somebody's being murdered, somebody's being raped, when something tragic is happening. There's certain cultural musical motifs and sounds and scales and ideas that have come to be associated with the feeling associated with certain kinds of human experiences, certain kinds of tragedies, certain kinds of things that are scary or whatever. And that's a whole other, like, why do certain things, how do we create those associations of certain sounds and certain musical frequencies with others? And like, is that all made up, or is there some kind of spiritual undercurrent that influences in how certain musics get a certain kind of association and others don't? Again, and that's another deeper discussion for another day. So hopefully, the purpose, I'm kind of going through this, and we're just at this exploring, as I have some different things prepared. I got some lectures, some of my old lectures and stuff, but I just kind of wanted to start exploring some of these ideas with you now. And if you haven't really thought deeply about music, about how you can use music in different ways, and that there are different levels of music. So one of the secrets that I kind of hinted at earlier is the first time I ever did a 6-month long fast, since 6-month long juice fast, years and years ago. I did several of those. I don't promote that and I don't talk about it much, but this was part of my transition, part of my journey. I did, years ago, I used to do long fasting periods. And one of the things that would always help me get, when it was time to get, when I wanted to get started, or when my body sort of led me to start going down the path of doing a longer fast, or doing some kind of thing that's more intense physiologically, there were certain musics that I could turn to, certain songs or performers or things that I could turn to that would put me in the right trance and rewire my brain in such a way that would allow me to execute whatever it was that I was wanting to do. If I was wanting to keep a fast going, if I was wanting to maintain a certain type of study regimen, I was very conscious about the music that I was listening to. What music am I consuming? What types of media am I allowing in? So I'm just very conscientious about that, so that I could get out of it whatever I was trying to get out of it in terms of that period. And I would, so a little earlier today, I posted up video of me listening to a song that was very influential for me, or just an album. That album, Interstellar Space by John Coltrane. This is the latter part of John Coltrane's life. And interestingly enough, I was told by a close friend of Coltrane that somebody gave him a copy of Arnold Ehret's Mucusless Diet Healing System when he was in his deathbed. It was too late. If somebody could have gave him that book 10 years prior, perhaps he wouldn't have went out the way he did. Very young age. What was he? I think 40. I think he was 40 years old. It wasn't, but that's interesting. Ultimately, Coltrane, he did a lot of damage to his body, had a horrible diet, particularly up to 1957. Then he had a spiritual awakening and started studying cultures and musics and religions of the world, and really became as some people believe, a saint. He cultivated himself to the point and transformed himself and his ability to control vibrations, and was able to transmit a very high level frequency of music to the world. And so he's given a lot of love from that perspective. And let's see, I'm just looking at the comments. Little blurry visual. Wait, let me see something. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't look blurry when I look at it, unless it was blurry before. Oh, okay. Looks like it was blurry before, but did it kind of correct itself? Okay. So when I was in high school, that's when I first listened to that album. And at that time, I was just exploring different kinds of music. I knew I liked jazz. I'd heard it, and I'd kind of started getting obsessed with just listening to it. And I'd go to the library, get CDs for people, for young folks that don't know what a CD is. It's a little disc, and you would put it in a thing, a little device that would play it, that'd play music out of it. And so I'd go to the library and I basically just select music based on the cover and if it looked cool and if there was a name I recognized or something. And a couple weeks prior, I'd gotten all this Miles Davis albums. And I really loved that. And I noticed that John Coltrane was on Miles Davis's albums that he was performing. And so I was in there and I saw, okay, John Coltrane, Interstellar Space. I was like, okay, well, that's interesting. I guess he's got his own album. So I got that, had no clue what, because I'm just thinking, oh, jazz is probably sound like the Miles Davis stuff. And I went home and I'd like go in the bedroom and kind of sit on the bed, had the lights off and put headphones on. And I started playing that album. And it totally, it rewired my brain, and I didn't know what to make of it. But listening to it, I knew that this was important. Like I was like, man, I don't understand this. I don't know what this is, but this is important. Now I'm 16 years old, 16, 17, probably 16. Yeah, when I first listened to that. And it just was on accident. Like I didn't know what it was going to be. Like I said, I would just go and just pick things based on pictures on the cover or a name that I was familiar with. And the Interstellar Space, that just really blew my mind, transformed. And I knew eventually I'm going to understand this. That I might not really get it yet, but eventually I'm going to study and I'm going to listen to this enough to the point where I'm going to understand what is going on here. And that put me on a path of being more and more interested in forms of jazz music that are not taught a lot in most, in academic settings, or that a lot of people don't understand, or they think it's weird, or they think that it's out there kind of stuff. But I knew that something important was there. Now, once I started getting deeper into the mucusless diet and really started cleaning my body out, all of a sudden I could feel the vibrations differently. The music, the experience of listening to music and feeling music changed. It transformed. And, so I want to make this point that not because people get so into like, oh, I'm drinking my juice and I did this and I like this. It's like surface level stuff. We're talking about fundamental transformation of your entire being. Not like, oh, I got my sniffles went away, my headache went away. Like, no, we're talking about you transformed your spirit. You can't do that any other way. Not this type of spiritual transformation. It has to come through this. And so once it started getting into that, all the waste was being eliminated and starting to, I would put on a lot of that music, a lot of the Coltrane music, and just some of these things that I found to be helpful in general while I'm doing my enema. Got the enema going, and I might be, going through I was like, oh man, this is gonna be a rough one. Put that music on and turn it up, and just so I'm like, get me into that trance state to make this process easier. And for me, if I describe the experience when I'm listening to, listening to this music, it's like feels like I'm downloading messages from the universe. And oftentimes I gain clarity. Like today when I was making the video, and maybe I'll bring up, we can listen to, just so, and I know that the problem, and one of the reasons I haven't talked a whole lot about music over the years on the channel, is because YouTube makes it real hard for you to discuss or share music that's not yours for copyright. Even if you're doing it fair use and you only use a little bit of it, it doesn't matter. If you do 5 seconds, it knows that you just did 5 seconds of this particular music. So you just got to make sure that you can't monetize it anymore, but you got to make sure that that music doesn't result in a strike. That all they do is take the monetization away. But what I'm gonna do just to actually go do this live. So I did the video of it earlier, but we won't listen to a bunch of it, but let me see here. Something is up with my check one. Okay. So I'm bringing up, so I'm gonna do a different track from John Coltrane's Interstellar Space. Let me get this going here. Share the system audio and let me know if there's any kind of weird audio situation, or if you can't hear the music or something, just let me know in the chat. But let's see what we can do here. So this is called Leo. This is the second track on this album. Now, a couple notes. If you are filthy internally, it's highly likely that you will hate this music, that you will not feel this. This will feel very chaotic, because it's interesting. The more chaotic you are internally, oftentimes the softer and the more dainty the music is, or the more kind of soft it is, or basic or something. It's like, this is something, as Brother Air said, it's like Coltrane got into the black world. We'll talk about that in a little bit, what that means. But this helps remove obstruction. If you don't have a whole bunch of obstruction and you listen to this, it's like, to me, it's the closest thing I get to when people talk about they go to church, or they're listening to some kind of music or something where God is talking. Like, to me, this is God talking to me. Like, when I listen to this, like, I don't get that from listening to anything like in Christian music, or music where the intention is supposed to be, is like, no, I'm hearing, like, this is God music to me. Like, this is music of the gods on that level. And of course, something that heavy, something that significant, the majority of people would not be able to deal with it. But and especially because you have people that study the music, and they come from an intellectual side, and where they can appreciate it as art, as a form of art, whether they can actually feel it or not. They'll praise it and go listen to it or something. But when you can really start to feel this, it can totally transform your consciousness and allow you to break through a number, like just all these barriers that society puts in front of us, and all the society doesn't want you listening to this. And the kind of freedom that comes from this is liberation music. The kind of liberation that comes from being able to really get this. They want you listening to listen to Kanye and Beyonce and Jay-Z, and like they want you there, and little babies and little, Nug and all these, they want your consciousness there. It is much easier to maintain control an enslaved person when because it's not, do you go into a trance-like state? It's when you go into a trance-like state, when you're listening to your music, you're watching your YouTube, you're on your phone, going through Instagram, what is affecting your consciousness and your mind when you go into your trance-like state? So if it's, Beyonce, or that's a certain frequency that's right down here, and no, there's nothing, the the oppressors, the folks in control, have nothing to worry about. You are the most unthreatening person on the planet when that's the vibration that you're at. I mean, you might hurt, maybe you'll be compelled to go hurt somebody on the streets, but you're not going to wage some kind of revolution that will take their power away from them. So they're cool. You start getting into real liberation music, and you're in a position physiologically to actually free yourself consciously and physically. They don't want that. They really do not want that. And let's listen a little more. So this concept, I'm going to return back to this concept of, as Brother Air says, when you are empty, when you are free of obstruction, then you can be filled with the knowledge of the universe, or fulfilled with the beneficence of the universe, whatever it is, whatever that is. And for me, the experience that I could, that I really have of this is I can feel the difference of if I've been eating not as well, or eating some mucus or something like that, and I don't really necessarily want to listen to like this. I'll might pick a different Coltrane, but if I'm not going to necessarily be spiritually up to be able to handle this. Now, if I'm in the midst of a fast, or 100% mucus free or something like that, then I put this on, and I can feel because again, it's the less obstruction you have in your being, and it's almost like you become a vibrator. Like it hits your body and just sort of keeps moving through you. There's not a when there's obstruction there, it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable for most people to listen to this if there's a whole bunch of obstruction in them that they haven't either worked out. Now, yeah, there's the example people that are physiologically not great, but in a lot of folks that made some of this music physiologically, they might not have been too clear, but they had at least removed a whole lot of obstruction mentally, and so they were able to uh, uh, vibrate on this kind of frequency. But this is something that, again, this is kind of like my little secret that to share if you want to aspire to maybe you listen to it today and you're like, oh man, I don't know about that, but aspire to get clean enough to be able to listen to this or to experience this kind of music, and you can actually get these downloads. It's kind of like when you're listening to Nicki Minaj, how many downloads are you getting from the universe, like of spiritual, innovation and ways that you can transform your life and transform humanity, and and this kind of stuff, and that kind of inspiration. It's not, you might be inspired to the Bugatti lifestyle, or I want to go get rich, or I want to, it's like that again, that base level mainstream societal programming and conditioning. This is how you're supposed to be, and this is how you're supposed to act, and this is how you're supposed to think, and it keeps everybody kind of riled up in the same little area with the illusion of diversity, because you got your country music over here, and your hip hop, and your R&B, and your rocks, all these different versions of rock, all this stuff, but nothing is truly. It's like we're trying to transcend. People that so many people want to do out of body traveling and transcendental kind of meditations, and I'm saying that this is it. Like, if you want to really experience that organically, as I always found it, because I started, I used to, do these out of body. When I first heard about out of body travels, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Then as I started studying it and getting into it, I'm like, well, I already do that. Like, I've been doing that since I was a child. Like, I didn't know, but with the music, it was already a thing. And that's why, to me, the study of trance, the study of being able to rewire your brain, that rewiring and things that help you do that, is something that's really really important to understand and to pursue. But let's see. So now what I want to do is so I'm gonna go through. So I'm gonna, let's see. Let's bring up. Give me a moment. All right. Yeah, John Coltrane and Alatunji concert. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's so many gems, so many things. I mean, if you've never really gotten into or studied the late, all the stuff we're talking about, the late Coltrane stuff, man, you are, I I envy you. You are you are in for a treat. So what I want to do now, I guess, kind of in the honor of Black History Month in the United States here, and you know that's its own discussion. But I taught Introduction to Jazz back in 2018. And what I did, I went through the whole Introduction to Jazz. The course was for a whole quarter. Let's see, there was it was almost like 24 lectures or something like that. Basically, I just kind of dove in and grabbed some of some of the lectures here from this. So we're just gonna just go through some of these here. This is the Intro to Jazz. Don't need to look at that. So just so some of y'all don't know, where all you know is me is the diet guy. I'm a musician first, and music is what brought me here. Music is what led me to the Mucusless Diet Healing System, being an artist and musician. It wasn't studying nutrition or wanting to be a scientist or wanting to be a doctor or any of these kinds of things. Is I wanted to become a musician, and at the highest level that I could get to. And as many of you know the story, I had met Brother Air in 2001, around 2001, and I knew him for about a year, and he finally told me about the Mucusless diet in 2002. And so when he met me, I was like 300 pounds and had all kinds of ailments, and we would see each other at jam sessions. I was going to these jazz jam sessions and playing, and we would see each other. And but then there was the fateful day where he couldn't hold it anymore. I'm sitting there eating the chicken wing in front of him, and he's like, all right, look, starts telling me about the Mucusless Diet Healing System. And I go get the book, and it transforms my life. And I find that is what I'd been looking for. But that was a conscious path that I chose, because when I went to college, when I went to school, I had offers. I could have went to school for business. There was an entrepreneurship organization that wanted to maybe give me a full ride to go get like a business degree. It was and then ultimately take that into being an entrepreneur. And I had offers to go play football a couple places, and I was a real average player, but there was still a couple places that wanted me to come and I could play there, and there was one school where I could go play football and I could study music at the school, and they really, really wanted me there. And but ultimately I was like, no, I want to go to the best music school that I knew of at the time, that I had access to, and kind of in the best situation. So I went to College Conservatory of Music, University of Cincinnati, and then that's when I was in Cincinnati and I was around Mucusless diet people without knowing it, and then read the book, got into it, and that was that. So anyway, just that quick background of why we're one reason that we're different, where I was talking about and identify practicing the Mucusless diet from the standpoint of an art form, not this fake concept of science. Because I'm so sick of hearing that from people, where people, well, it's not backed up by science. That's not scientific. Well, you wouldn't know, because every person that has ever said that to me has, very few of them, if almost none of them, have ever sat down and read one medical journal article. They get their nutrition information and their medical information from Oprah and Dr. Oz and CNN and MSNBC and Fox and all of we talk about going into a trance-like state. They get, as well as Tony the Tiger and Wheaties commercials and Taco Bell commercials, and how much protein there is in their in your Big Mac, and how good these foods are for you. All of this absolute nonsense. It's all, that's the trend. Every time I hear that, that's like people that have been put in the nutrition trance of like, oh, this is, but no, this is an art form. There is no perfect prescription that you can say, oh, here's your symptoms. Okay, here is your mucusless diet prescription. It's like, no, this is an art form, and it's about total transformation, which a lot of people don't like. They don't want to transform on that level. They would rather just, feel a little better, not feel way better, just a little better. I don't want to change who I am. And we're saying that that's what this path is about. So you can go down other paths if you're not really about that transforming who you are part. If you're not ready for that, you can go down other paths. But if you want to fundamentally change who you are at the root level, through and through, from head to toe, then Mucusless Diet Healing System and Mucus-free path is for you. All right, so let's get into this. So this we'll kind of do a little quick history of jazz music, just real quick, kind of bring you up to speed. What is jazz? And there's all these different definitions of what jazz is. Some people, it's a music from New Orleans. It started early the 20th century, characterized by improvisation, blues inflection, exuberant feeling, syncopated rhythm. Some people look at it as this classical art music form and a national American treasure. Some people look at it as Black music that draws upon African musical traditions and the lived experience of being Black in America. And other people look at it as a powerful spiritual or religious music with the power to transmit vibrations of pure love into the world and transform human life. And there's some people that think it's the devil's music, that it's this evil. And now not as much anymore, but back when it came out, a lot of people thought that jazz was total, just all about sexual deviancy and general immorality. For some people to this day, jazz it's always a dance music. It's like it's never, that's it. Just it's a dance music. For some people, jazz is a fun hobby that when they were in junior high and high school, they went in the jazz band and they learned how to play a little bit. They went to a jazz camp, and it's a little hobby. On the weekends, they get out their instrument and they play a little bit, and it's fun. And maybe they go to the jam session up the street and play, so there's that attitude. And that covers a lot of most of the different opinions of this music. And intellectually, so other people that this is intellectual kind of music, is intellectually sophisticated music where it's actually would be uncool to move around. There was that opinion. And you get into the old the old school hipsters back in the beatnik era. And other people look at it as this nostalgic experience, this nostalgic music. Many musicians and many other people agree or view the music as life itself, that there is no division where human life and existence is over here and it's separate from the experience of music. It's a stance and a belief system where music is life itself. And so for many, jazz denotes more intuitive concepts such as the indesirable feeling or a particular way of being in the world. How do you exist in the world? Some people, and because I think of different types of utilitarian music, and this would be a other discussion, art music for music's sake, is you ask yourself, well, why is music? Like, what is it for? Why are we well, why do you have it? And so for, again, the majority, the mainstream has been conditioned to look at music from a very narrow margin as this entertainment, this way that I can trance out of my life and my everyday kind of life and just sort of stay right here. Then I listen, I'm working in the office, I can put my favorite music on and just sort of go somewhere else while I'm doing something that I really don't want to be doing. There's that level. Music for the sake of music, or art for art's sake, that is an ideal, sort of idealism. Like, the music doesn't need to generate any money. It doesn't need to do anything other than exist on a high level. There's that type of conception. Then you have musics that are for particular purposes in terms of society, to change something. You got protest musics. We'll talk about that in a second. And then religious musics, or spiritual musics, or musics that are meant to do something to you spiritually, to elevate your life and your consciousness in some kind of way. And Charlie Parker, famous alto saxophonist that helped invent bebop, said, if you don't live it, it won't come out of your horn. If you don't live it, now this would be a message for musicians, but this is where I find that going back and forth between practicing the mucusless diet and mucus-free lifestyle and, as an art form, these principles apply. If you don't live it, then it's not, you're not come out your horn. You're not going to see the results. If you're not living the lifestyle, if you're dibbing and dabbing, if you're dabbling, if you got one foot in and 1 foot out, this is not going to work. You have to be all in. And that's something that we can learn from many of these musicians, or these, the people that did this stuff at a really high level, is that they're living what they're doing. They're living their art. They're at total immersion. They're totally immersed in their art. They're totally immersed in whatever they're doing, whatever they're trying to accomplish. And there's a laser-like focus on that. They're not getting diverted into, let me go over here. Oh, let me study. Let me do that. Or let me get that certification. Let me go over there. It's like, no, it's laser focus on what it is that they're really trying to do. What they're not all over the place as many people are today, where they're all over the place. As I mentioned, for some, jazz, it's political art, and some musicians reject the idea of jazz altogether and don't like that word. And here is actually a picture of Art Ensemble of Chicago, who I just saw last weekend. I actually saw the Art Ensemble Chicago is still here. You got Roscoe Mitchell, Famadou Damoye as two people that put the band together, and that are still playing, that are still there. And that was just a remarkable experience. I sat right up front, and I was like about 10 feet away from Roscoe and his saxophone. And it's just, that band's been together for, I think it's 50 years, over 50 years, for one band to be together playing music at such a high level and art at such a high level, and doing so in, making music that the average person on the street doesn't understand, wouldn't, but it's liberation music. And that's, to me, what's important about really this whole discussion today, is if there is a purpose or some kind of utility for these musics that we're talking about, it is liberation. All about liberation and freedom. And here, so maybe I'll read a little bit out of. So this is a copy of my dissertation that I wrote and I published in, this was 2016. So it's about 500 pages, but there's a section. Let me read. So I have this concept when we talk about black music. So if we say jazz is black music, if I am to make that claim or that thesis or that definition, let me explain what black music is, because black music is not, to use that term, it throws some people off. It really doesn't have any I mean, it has something to do with race, but it's not what you think. It's not this like only black people can play black music. It's like, no, people from Africa can play European music. People from Europe can play Chinese music, traditional musics from China. People from China can play traditional musics from the Middle East and from, and then it's a very term to essentially describe the system of musics of the African diaspora. There's, black people all around the world took different elements and different distinguishing characteristics of their African musical traditions and roots, and they manifested differently in different parts of the world. In New Orleans, it did one thing. In Cuba, it did something else. So just wherever this music went, wherever black people went from Africa, these traditions came, and you can look at these musics as a system. There is where, just like with European music, you can, like I can play, I can go to Russia and to like a folk band playing Russian folk music, and I can play with that. But I can go and play with an orchestra that's down in England or in Italy. There's systems in place, whether it's folk music or the art music in terms of European music, where there's a common languages. There's a lot of differences with all the different genres and different things, but there's a commonality. You can do similar things when you get into, say, the traditional Chinese music or traditional Japanese music or traditional Indonesian gamelan or what, these are specific systems. And with black music, it's a specific system. And now which I'll just say it instead of reading it maybe, but I like this. Where'd that section? But basically, I learned this. So when I was learning how to play jazz, I made it a point to go into the community to seek out elders of the music. So in that tradition, in that very African tradition of seeking out elders to learn the music, because I was already in school, so I was getting that formal education. That's its own little tradition. But I wanted to get go find the guru figures and the people that might not be associated with the formal training and academia. So I went out into the community and I found elders that played the jazz music at a real high level. And as I did that, I would notice that I'd find myself in situations where I'm playing blues, like urban blues somewhere, or I'm someplace playing funk, or somebody calls me to come play at a black church to be able to play in that. And I started to notice that there's all these different genres of Black American music, and they're all interrelated. but there's distinguishing characteristics in each, but there's a real relationship between all of them. And so I say that that's the Black music continuum, where there's a number of different distinguishing characteristics that are common. So when you learn one discipline, that's going to get over into other things. So this was just a note on, this was from my very first lecture in the series, where I'm showing people what, when you're just being introduced to this music, as many of the students were, how do you listen to jazz? And so first, how does the music make you feel? When you listen to music and you're doing so at a higher level than just sort of unconscious, it's the difference between studying music and listening to it with an intelligent ear and feeling it with an intelligent spirit is, it's tantamount to, what was I going to say? It's like being able to really have a much richer experience and have a knowledge and an understanding of why you're listening to what you're listening to, what it is. Then you start to get more introspective and start to also see how people use music to control you, to control your emotions, to get you to, when you're at the supermarket at 12 noon and you hear certain music over the loudspeakers and you don't know why it's making you want to buy more. They've done, like studies, and they figure out this type of music at this time in this area will cause people to buy more. You start to just be more conscious. So as you're being more conscious of how the diet is making you feel, as you're cleaning yourself out, as you start to explore different forms of music and go on musical adventures where you just explore, which I encourage you to do, you start to be much more aware with how you feel inside. And it's a tool that can actually help you become more aware of your internal environment, the right music, really plugging into the right music. And these other things are just the basic, what instruments do you hear, speed and tempo, and so on and so forth. Won't have to get too deep into that. Those would be things that I would be testing you on if you're in my class, where we actually get into a certain degree of musical theory. So let's talk a little bit about music of Africa. So traditional music. Music making was an everyday social phenomenon. An entire community participated through singing and dancing. And singing groups usually were gender specific. Music, dance, and drama were often intertwined. So when you start to study the musical culture and traditions of Africa from a historical standpoint, you see all of these things that we have today, from the rapper as storyteller, and the drama, and the historical narrative, and all of these different elements are in traditional African music culture. There's nothing new, as they say. People get so excited about certain things, like, oh man, listen to, it's like there's nothing new going on besides physiological component that we're trying to, that I know of. That's I can't really think of too much super new besides the technology, and then now what we're trying to bring to the table, the physiological component. But suffices to say, it's an integral part of life from the hour of birth to beyond the grave. So, and there are a number of different nations on the continent of Africa, of peoples that didn't even have a word for music. It was so intertwined with life itself that there was to try to explain that this activity, this music making phenomenon is different from other things in your life would have been very hard to explain. So I bring this up just to bring context again. So it's because so much of our life is in our conditioning is so controlled, where it's you're supposed to do this here. Come to the dance club, and this is the place where you can be unstifled. The average mainstream human is incredibly stifled. You know, they're without their drugs, they're shy. They don't want to make a fuss. They don't want to talk. They don't want to make somebody uncomfortable or make somebody mad, or they walk on eggshells and they're stifled. They can't just be out here and say what they want to say, and be larger than life, be the human that you are. It's keeping your head down, but because society controllers know you need an outlet, so they give you an outlet. So go down to the club, get you some drugs, get you some good alcohol, get you some good old weed and whatever pills are out and about. You take that, and all of a sudden, where the stifle, you're not stifled anymore. Now, hey, I can walk up to anybody and say hi. I can dance and be goofy and be fun, and just for that short period of time. Then time to Monday, go back to work. Don't drink. Go back to work and be stifled again. And then that's the conditioning, the average conditioning, where you don't, there's not a lot of people that have that kind of freedom. That's not in that. That's because you can be not stifled and still do other things, but that's, in your life, whether you've got a 9 to 5 or whatever, but that tends to not be the case. There tends to be a very controlled kind of life where you're allowed to do, in some church traditions, then you're allowed to be unstifled at church. You can dance and speak in tongues and go into trance and that kind of, in some churches. Then other ones, it's all about being stifled. It's like, no, don't express yourself at all. But these are all things to think about. The expression and how music and the arts lead to that kind of expression. What does that even mean? Why does it feel good to be able to express oneself, be able to flow? Could it be vitality equals power minus obstruction? Could it be when there's no obstruction, when there's nothing holding you back, that you can just freely express yourself? And maybe that's why that feels good. And we feel good when we listen to, we have our mirror neurons, and we have this ability to look at somebody else and vicariously live through them, vicariously feel potentially the emotions that they feel. That's why so many people's lives are drama. Watch drama, watch other famous musicians or whoever on stage, and what are you doing? You're wanting to feel the way that expression, that unobstructed expression feels. You want to try to commune with that. But at the end of the day, again, vitality equals power minus obstruction. The removal of obstruction is going to get you into that space. And this was just kind of an overview of different times when music would be played. You had formal situations and different agricultural rites or celebrations, or then other social things like birth and baby's first tooth, puberty, betrothal, etc. Just in terms of the actual why and reason that there would be certain musics. And there was professional musicians that maintain musical traditions, lead performances and events, virtuoso performers, and many of them in the community had the status that would be equivalent to the way we would think of as a priest or a shaman, and that still exists today. But I'm talking to you as if you are in the West. So for the African brothers and sisters, if you can always chime in the chat, just so you know, I'm speaking to the audience here as if you are somebody who is in the West, in Europe or United States or Australia or wherever outside of the continent. But in so the griot or Jali tradition in West Africa, the poets, musicians, storytellers, historians, healers, and cultural specialists. So when we say, the priest or this kind of thing, they were endowed with the responsibility, the huge responsibility to lead the community, the spirit, to cultivate and lead and protect the spirit of the people. And in some circumstances, that was if you were a storyteller, musician, and you would tell a lie, or you would recall in some some nations or traditions, or these were the stories. In some cases, if you didn't do your job right and you lied about something or something like that, then you could that could be a death sentence for you. This is very, very serious, very, very serious situation. What is oral transmission? This music was not written down. This was traditions that were passed on from guru to student through the apprenticeship system. And so oral, visual, verbal, physical modes of learning. And so this was a very important part of the community structure, was the musicians, the makers of the music. And there's a couple rhythmic elements. These are all things that we see later. That's why we talk about it here, from hand clapping and foot patting, and a lot of different kinds of drums, repetition, short rhythmic motives. Text and the rhythm of the text is important. Spoken word is emphasized, and rhythm sometimes imitates day-to-day activities. And let's see here. What do we got here? So there's a couple of observations here. Let's look at the physiology while we're here. We're looking at some dark folks. You talking about folks that some physiologically very, very mucus free. Now, it'd be great to be able to, and we will in the future. We're going to be able to go meet with some of our brothers and sisters on the continent, bring them Mucusless Diet Healing System and the resources needed to do that. And from a physiological standpoint, see, a lot of these eliminations and this stuff that we gotta, I gotta go through, and a lot of you gotta go through. A lot of our brothers and sisters over there ain't gonna have to go through all that. Like, they're physiologically, their thing is gonna be very, very interesting, because there's going to be a rapid transformation. Like, I always talk about the slow transition. That's we have to do that. Like, more so than any people on this planet, we really got to do that. Now, when you're getting over here, I'm looking for some physiological geniuses, to use I don't like that word, physiological, just some real impressive, I guess we had to use that word, just really impressive transitioning and physiological, high level of physiological transformation. I mean, when it's yeah, yeah, I'm excited about that prospect, and we're getting there. But yeah, you see, when you get into it, you start really getting into some serious. You talking about serious physiology and the kind of energy, the kind of vitality. And people will say, well, they're eating meat, and there's like, but that's a recent phenomenon. You know, it's just really look at the history and go back, because this 10,000 year nonsense don't mean nothing to me. This, oh, well, 10,000 years. No one cares about your 10,000 little piddly 20,000 years. Not impressed at all. Like when you go back far enough, you're going to get back to the fruitarian people on the continent. You're going to get back to the fruit and vegetable people before the fish thing, and before the killing of rodents and all this nonsense. That was the fall of humanity. That was the great fall of humanity. And so many people look at that as some advancement, that was, agriculture, and we advanced, and because that you see these lies they tell, that because the human was able to eat more calories, the brain got bigger, and we got so much smarter as once we got the Homo sapien, and just pathetic. That's pathetic. That's all pathetic. Just really low level type of theories that are not great at all. But so anyway, things to get here is just to show you the exuberance, the what's going on? The freedom of expression, the freedom to let it flow. And I will note, what did Arnold Ehret say was his favorite form of exercise and physical movement? Dance. It's right in the Mucusless Diet book. He's talking about how important it is to dance. So have you danced today? Some of you have. Some of you haven't danced forever. So it's something to think about. Have you made music today? Because that should be a daily occurrence for everybody, to make some kind of music. You're like, well, I'm not a music. No, you're supposed to, even if it's a flute or a little piano or a little something, express yourself and go explore yourself internally. So there's a couple things to think about when you're talking about every form of music and culture of music have certain timbres and aesthetics that are value systems that are at play. And in African music, or traditional African music, you have what they say, boisterous, buzzing, loud, or rough timbres. And these are just ways that we try to describe what we are hearing. And that's what you do in academia music spaces, is you try to figure out ways to explain the what you're hearing. And let me see if this plays. Yeah, sometimes this audio is not on the play. Yeah, something's up with that. But basically, this was a very interesting African sounding gourd that sort of sounds like a real primitive saxophone. Here's a note about the healing power of music. So there is traditions of music as healing, and yes, there's a whole there's like fields of study, like musical healing and that kind of stuff. But I'm not. That's a separate discussion to get into some of those things, or some of the modern kind of manifestations of that. But just from a historic standpoint, again, people all around the world have had musical healers, or healers as musicians, or musicians as healers, that might combine music with certain kinds of fasting or herbal recommendations or whatnot. And here we got trance, half-conscious state characterized by an absence of response to external stimuli, typically induced by hypnosis or entered by a medium. This isn't really, I'd update this. This isn't the greatest definition, but this is more, freshman. This course was for freshmen in college, so it's kind of that level. Didn't get real. Because we could do a whole discussion on trance, which maybe I will in the future. But so African retentions, cultural retentions that we see in the music that you listen to today, unless all you did was listen to European classical music, you probably listened to something that had an African retention in it. If you listen to some kind of rock music, blues, funk, hip hop, rap, any number of Latin American musics, or any music from J-pop, K-pop, music from all around the world, there's elements in there that were retained from the African roots. And so cultural retention, the act of retaining the culture, a specific ethnic group of people, especially when there is a reason to believe that the culture through inaction may be lost. But I'm talking a little bit more specifically about musical retentions, things that you can hear. If I listen to a J-pop song, I can hear the blues, like it's different. It's the whole processing and engineering of it is different, but there's still elements of the blues retention in most popular musics around the world. You got either blues retentions, or you got the spoken word kind of rap stuff. It's all African. All that stuff is African. And with this, I can't play the audio on here, or I'll definitely get hit with the thing. I used to play this to show, got teaching this to kids. And so I like this. This is from an old document. Now it's old documentary. I think it was a documentary called Rise. Might have came out, it was like 2005 or something. But I like this little period because the music that's going on is hip hop, but it's making that connection that there's these retentions, there's these things that are innate, that's inside the body. Because where does dancing come from? Like, where the decision to move the body in a particular manner or a particular way in response to external vibration, where does that come from? What is that? Like, what causes it? And you can look at little children and put music on, and they start moving their body in certain ways. What is that? It's an interesting thing to ponder. And most people, the average of somebody that does not understand this culture, whether it be modern day or traditional Black culture, they look at it like, wow, why is it so aggressive? And it looks like they're fighting. It looks like, what's going on? And there's not an understanding. I probably should not play this straight through, or they're gonna, let's see. Well, we'll deal with that later. Face painting traditions, all these different things, but people don't understand that this kind of communication, is this kind of expression. And if you're not in the culture, if you're not in that kind of situation, you don't understand that you're looking at it like, oh, what is that? It looks very weird. There's many different musical traditions have battle cries and the war cries, or things that are meant to be intimidating to an adversary. And and you see it even in different, nowadays it's like the military bands, and the military gets together and they got their guns and they're all lined up trying to scare people and stuff. But on a root level, all that, it comes from this kind of tradition of of people, show it's that's the expression that where they're at. It's this expression that's meant to be intimidating to somebody that's not in the culture, that's not in a part of the family or the community or the tribe and things. And so, but the point here is now, right in this moment, so this girl said, she catches what some people would say is the Holy Ghost, just this moment of intense trance where you lose you're still awake, or conscious, but you lose total faculties. Somebody would have to lay you down or hold you up, and that becomes another thing to think about, in terms of the tradition of the trance, and what is the usefulness of being able to do that, or be able to control that, or understand what that experience is like, to have access to cultural and musical traditions and vibrations that can bring you to the point of trance, bring you to the point of because one of the benefits of that point, of that trance state, is it removes the inhibitions and the obstructions out of the way, so that you can get the free flow of energy and vibration from the universe, or from nature, or whatever terminology you want to get into. And this is the end. I tried to add on some clips of Coltrane. So the idea here is that this man is in trance. Like he is so tuned in to source. This music it's like it's coming, coming through his, it's coming through his body. And the thing is, see, there's a lot of people don't understand why this is. So a lot of these musicians and artists that transmit these ancient vibrations, these deep, meaningful, ancient human vibrations, their physiology can't handle that much transferal of energy, and they don't make it. A lot of them, they pass away. Like you say, Coltrane, at the age of 40. I think Charlie Parker was 34, and horrible diet and a lot of drugs, and Miles was 62 ish. We're a lot of the best musicians in our eras, in the past 100 years. A lot of them didn't live super duper long lives. What we're saying is we are giving a reason for that, a physiological reason. Because when you are processing this kind of vibration, and it has to come out. One of the things when you're an artist and you're being called to do this, you're being called to transmit a certain vibration from the universe that only you can transmit. And when that's a true calling, when that's something that's like, okay, it's time for you to do this, then you have to answer the call, or you end up being very, things can get bad, depressed, or get off on drugs or whatever. There's a lot of things that can happen. So that's that, getting into that, like Brother Air said, the black world, this idea of the black world. And in fact, let me read something out of Spira Speaks. This is in the glossary section. If I can find it. And here we go. All right. So in here, I'm going to read this to you. And this is science. This is from this is a scientific definition that I copied and pasted out of the Handbook of Chemistry and Physics, the 89th edition, 2009. So let's listen to this and let's see if we can see what we can understand. So this is black body. An idealized physical body that absorbs all radiation incident on it and reflects none. Such a body may be identified to simultaneously be the greatest emitter and absorber of energy. Now you can look that up. You can look up black body chemistry or in physics and kind of start to get like, okay, well, what does that mean? Now, the scientists will say, oh, well, they're talking about something else. And it's like, well, we're saying that if as you get cleaner and cleaner, you tend to get darker, because you don't get cleaner and cleaner and get lighter. And we're not talking about race. We're just talking about general physiological transformation. What I say earlier, I'm not talking about just feeling a little better and being able to blow your nose less and, healing something. I'm talking about a fundamental, total transformation of your being from your head down to your toe, your entire aura, so everything. So that would also mean you're going to look different. As you get cleaner and cleaner, you'll look different and different. And what tends to happen is if you're lighter skinned, you get darker. So if you were to take that all the way to its logical conclusion, then what are we supposed to look like? We supposed to look like the painting of was that Michelangelo's uncle or whoever that is, the white Jesus kind of painting? Are we going to look like some of those musicians and those folks that we just saw a minute ago that was doing the African, the African music? What are we going to do? Because now we can explain all of this from a physiological standpoint. We can explain this. It's not this equatorial. That's such a weak, incredibly weak argument of human morphology. The equatorial. I don't want to go get me going down all these roads, but it's weak. We'll talk about that another day. The equatorial theory of skin color and human morphology and the morphology of the eyes and the nose and the lips and all this stuff. We have the answer. Like, we have good answers now. We don't have this weak kind of, well, these people migrated away from they got further away from the equator and doggone it, wouldn't you know, they got lighter. No, that's weak. That's very weak, because that doesn't, I mean, of one of these things that's so kind of integral to so many parts of history, it's one of the least interrogated, and where the average person, they haven't even read about just the general theories that's out there. Like, that's about all that they know, is just the theory of the equatorial. As humans get further away from the equator, their skin just got lighter. It's like, come on now. We got to get a little better than that. What we're talking about is, so if you take like a black, something like a black basketball, you take a black basketball and a light or a white basketball, you put them both in the sun. What are the observable things that happen? The black basketball absorbs. It can better absorb the heat, and you touch it, it's gonna be hotter. It simultaneously is the greatest absorber and emitter of energy. That white basketball, it's not gonna really, the vibrations just disperse. The sun hits it, it disperses. It doesn't go into it in the same way. So what we're saying, if you just transfer that over to the body, and if we know or have observed, and you can just observe this in yourself. I'm not talking from a scientific standpoint. We're observing things here. And you observe as you get cleaner, the sun starts to love you more. It seems like you get cleaner, and now you're not getting sunburn anymore. Your skin is transforming to just go from whatever color you start, and then you get darker. Like it starts to transform, and wouldn't you know it, now what's happening on a physics level, you're able to absorb better. Your body is better able to absorb the vibrations, and you can better emit the vibrations. And there's numerous stories of people's voices changing and getting more beatific as a result of cleaning themselves up and going down this path with the Mucusless diet. And so that's when you hear, so now if you hear me or Brother Air, somebody that's been around a while in the community, talk like that, talk about Coltrane's music taking us back into the black world, or this idea of this, this sort of this black concept, this black consciousness as it relates to a mucus-free experience. That's what we're talking about. This is a mucus-free is that's we're saying when you're transitioning back to your ancestors, we're going back in time physiologically, and this is the only way. Like this, you can't go get some stem cell infusion and like, oh, I'm younger, no, we're talking about a fundamental transporting yourself physiologically back to your ancestors. And you're going to go through different eras of ancestors, but eventually we all get back here. As far as we know, it all goes back to what? The continent of Africa. And I'm not going to play the audio of this. So, and I'll probably skip around. So this was a movie that Amistad, but I always would play this whole, because captured on film, there's not a whole lot of great depictions of the capture and torture and rape of African peoples and as they were been enslaved. And I don't want to hear anything about these like, well, Africans had slaves and they were the first. Like, look, this is a very specific type of human tragedy that we can get into. I don't want to get hit with some kind of, it's so sensitive on this platform. Like, oh, there was a this and that, and there was a dead body and this. It's like, man, we're talking history here. You can't, and this is sanitized, but it's the best we have that I've found in terms of being able to, because who had the resources to really be able to depict some of these things? And this is still soft, but it is what it is. But we get to, but the reason I play this I used to play this on the first day, the first lecture. I would play this clip because I was trying to see who needs to leave my class. Who needs to get out of here? Who's not? Because this isn't going to be some little fluff. Like, let's listen to music and have fun. Like, no, we're talking about the fundamentals of human civilization and transformation. So I'm not interested in sitting around just man, this music is great. Listen to this. This was a classic from 1936. It's like, no, if you don't understand this, if you can't handle this, then you're not going to understand the blues. You're not going to understand jazz. You're not going to understand black music. And you're not going to understand most of the past 500 years on this planet. If you don't understand this is about being a responsible, educated human. To really understand what's going on here physiologically. Well, if you want to get into theories, what Eric say, the theory of the white corpuscle as waste and obstruction. So what's going on here? And what we just missed here, this little clip of the food. You know, when they would feed the slaves on the ship something, they, you know, here's some gruel, some breadfruit gruel or some kind of mess. But from a physiological standpoint, we have to understand that. We have to understand the traumas of our ancestors, whichever your ancestors are. You got whether you're Asian, Indonesia, like we're Aborigine, like whatever. It's your responsibility to understand this, because for me, all of this came out. The rage and I talk about that in other places. I had to go through the emotional elimination of facing this and feeling, and I couldn't, it wasn't an intellectual thing. I wasn't like, let me work on eliminating my post-traumatic slave disorder. Let me work on that today. No, it was during different fasting periods where all of a sudden all this rage and anger and all of this stuff came up. And if I didn't know how to handle it, if I didn't understand what was going on, if I didn't know that this was something that was being eliminated out of my soul and my spirit, and if I didn't have the music of John Coltrane to listen to when this was happening, who knows what would have happened? Who knows what I would have been compelled to do? Because at those moments, hate was leaving my body. It was leaving my consciousness. It was leaving my spirit. Because at that moment, when I'm thinking back and I'm going through and I'm feeling this, it didn't happen before Mucusless Diet. Like I'm not just watching a movie. All I can do is show you this, and this might get me demonetized or get this video taken down, just even showing you this, because that's how soft this has gotten over here. But what I'm saying is, if I hadn't have gone through that elimination, I could have been a very hateful person, a person that would want to hurt people. If I'd have stayed where I was at if I didn't know how to eliminate and let all this stuff come up and use the music as a way to help bring this stuff out. So if I'm, you can turn on some of that Coltrane, because what is this? Is this like what you're going to listen to some Nicki Minaj or some Drake watching this? Or are you going to put on some John Coltrane? Like, what goes with this? What has a universal expression enough to go with this? Not Taylor Swift. You're going to need something a little deeper. So that's what we're saying, why it's so important. And for you, and I'm saying for me, it was John Coltrane, those were the vibrations that I needed, that spiritual vibration from the ether, For you, it might be Ravi Shankar, it might be, whoever, whatever you find on your journey as being that music that does that for you, that allows you to transcend, that allows you to eliminate and remove those negative, horrible things inside. Well, all I'm saying is this is the kind of stuff you have to confront. And this is what people don't want to confront. They want to ignore. They want, don't focus on the negativity. Don't all these new age type of minded people, don't focus on the negative. But see, if you don't deal with this, you're going to wonder, you're going to go into a trance and see and wonder, well, why do I got a gun in my hand and I just shot somebody? Why did you're going to wonder, why did you do something tragic and horrible? Then you'll be blaming, oh, well, it was. So this gets important. This musical technology. That's what I'm saying. People are playing around with it. Like it's entertainment. That's fun. I went to the club and I just we're talking about musical technology that can fundamentally transform all vibration on this planet. That's pretty. And if you don't understand this stuff and you're not ready, that's why I try to prepare people, but sometimes it's hard. People don't get it. They don't understand that this is waiting for you. So it's we can. It's easy. It's relatively easy to help you overcome your headaches and different issues that you got physically. A lot of that stuff can be handled relatively quickly. Not a big deal to us. This is where stuff starts getting a little more challenging. When you have to go back, because maybe, as I've known people practicing the Mucusless diet, so that are coming from, in their bloodline was some of the slavers, and that's its own kind of elimination. Because now you're talking about, whereas my elimination was anger and hatred, and now you got folks that might have and sadness and despair and all of these, the different complex things of emotion that you get. There's other people that are going to have emotional eliminations of shame and sadness and and these things that are that what they try to teach you is well, I didn't do it. That was my ancestor. That was my great grandpappy, and that was my ancestors. You don't think that is in you, but you don't want to admit it. None of us want to admit none of this. But that's why I always talk about the importance of understanding your physiological history and your ancestry, your bloodline. That all of these experiences, all of these attitudes, all this stuff is imprinted in using the modern science type of conception. It's it affects your DNA, or different kinds of morphological things happen, and this information is transmuted and transformed and becomes part of you. So this is something that you got to understand, and this is where it's not going to be enough to just sit around and I'm going to fast. I'm going to fast today. I'm going to do a 21-day cleanse, and it's are you dealing with this? Are you dealing with whatever? For you, if you got a different type of background, that might be what they say, 0.5% of humans on this planet are in Genghis Khan's bloodline. Everybody's going to have their thing that you're going to have to pay reparations for from a physiological standpoint. And the reason we're talking about this now is because if you don't have music and you don't know how to use music, and these high level musics that we're talking about here, if you don't know how to use those to help remove that emotional obstruction, then you're going to be in a world of hurt, pain, and despair. So I'm trying to give you something here today that we don't always talk about, but this is like a little, if there is a short, it's not a shortcut, if there's like a secret or something that we don't talk about a whole lot, then it would be this. And like I said, and it's even hinted at a little bit, Arnold Ehret hints at it and just talking about the importance of dance and music and that kind of stuff. But this takes it to a whole different level in terms of understanding that this is something that is necessary, that you need to do, that you need to be able to exorcise these emotions out of you, and that they're there. And I'm saying, don't be scared of it, because then you get people, when this stuff starts coming up, they get terrified. They're like, you were right, I couldn't, I'm starting to have all these emotions, have all these feelings, all this stuff is starting to come up. And what I'm saying is that's part of this practice, and it's part of your responsibility to learn how to deal with it and to confront it head on and not be scared of it, not run away, not put your head in the sand or try to grab some kind of philosophy of like, oh, well, that was just back then, or that wasn't me, or that was like, no, we have to take responsibility. We have to take ownership and responsibility of what we did, as well as what we inherited from our ancestors and what they did. And, and you can come at it from a Zen perspective of there's no good or bad, there just is. And we could say, well, sure, yeah, there's no good or bad, it just is. But do you want your isness to be that of suffering or that of freedom? You want your isness to be that of pain or that of bliss? You want your isness to be that of obstruction and constipation or of cleanliness and clearness, clarity, physiological clarity? So this is just the history, transatlantic slave tragedy, largest forced migration in world history. And slaves were forced upon threat of death to dance or to make music, sometimes on the ship. And this is I used to get pretty deep into getting into the seasoning camps, where they and this is something else, especially for people that like, if maybe you haven't really studied the history of slavery, but you like you always talk about the Matrix and the movie Matrix and all this kind of stuff, then it's good to understand again what humans were capable of, what happened over the past 500 years. Not that, because people's like, oh, it's 400 years of slavery and this is, but we're so different today. It's like, no, we're not. No. So they used to have the seasoning camps. Slaves were tortured into submission, breaking their will to resist, stripped of all cultural identity. They could be there for up to 3 years. And then 2 million or more. And this is just based on their statistics. I think the number is way higher than this. Take 2 million or more died in these camps, and millions and millions died. Some numbers like over 50 million died coming over on the ships on the way over. And, so slavery resulted in a racial caste system. Let's see. So, like I said, in my other lectures, I get deeper into that to really understand that, but that's just kind of a little basic overview there. So now we're just skipping over to North America, hundreds of years of slavery, and the culture of slavery has been in place, and you have several different musical forms that have emerged, and one of them is spirituals. And so these different, and these are folk, you could call folk musical forms in North America, antebellum America, and you have different distinguishing characteristics in this music that again has African retentions, but have their own innovations and their own inventions as part of it. And whoops. And see, I don't know if any of these, does it still work? Let me see here. You know that? Well, saying what you know of. So again, the theme of free expression unhindered, unobstructed. And I get deeper into that in my regular lecture, but we just get into the distinguishing characteristics of some of these different musical forms. And this is, talking about blues, academic definition, a secular, predominantly Black American folk music of the 20th century, which has a history and evolution separate from, but sometimes related to, that of jazz. And so you had spirituals, field hollers, praise songs. That's another, get deeper into like field hollers and work songs, and all these different elements came together into this form we would call blues. And that's one of the big distinguishing characteristics. You have the call and response dynamic, blue notes, so-called blue notes. If I was getting deeper into it, I'd demonstrate some of these things and talk about it, but again, maybe another time. But the thing about this music, so it has this quality of, despite the circumstances, despite the torture and the rape and the forced work, the total domination, this music emerged as a way to, as an expression of the spirit within these people, that despite all of the hardships, this special form of music emerged. And arguably the blues is the most, you could make an argument it's the most significant musical form of the 20th century, insofar as every popular music form, anything that has certain rock, these, whether it's coming out of a rock or a hip hop influence or all these different influences, the foundation of all of that stuff is blues music, and certain characteristics that's in that music. But from a sociocultural standpoint, where is it coming from? It's coming from this this experience, this shared experience of coming from this shared experience of turmoil, yet there's this spirit in this music when you listen to it that it's transcendent. You are transcending through the vibrations by identifying In some cases, some of the music will identify the pain, will acknowledge painful things or things that are messed up. But by doing so, there's liberation in that. Still breathing. Where there's breath, there's life, and there's still a chance. There's a chance for freedom. As long as you're breathing, there's a chance for freedom. And freedom keeps getting, there's levels of freedom. So where people talk about levels of consciousness, we should really talk about levels of freedom, levels of liberation, body, mind, and spirit on all the different levels. But this music also, a lot of it could be gritty, talking about the realities, which we would see later in different forms, from R&B to rap music or whatever, this tradition of acknowledging and discussing some of the grittier kinds of realities of life. But it's a way, it's an important way to work through it, to get it out of there. So this was precursors to jazz in New Orleans. You get ragtime music, brass band music, blues. All these forms came together in New Orleans and this is just a real quick little summation, but these different musical forms came together in that particular city in the late 1800s to form what we would call jazz music. What is wrong with this? Okay. I'm just gonna quickly go through these. Brass band, second line music. This is interesting. I'll play some of this. So this was, and again, this, I want you to just pay attention to, because even in obstructed situations, a human is gonna be a human. So, so look at it through that lens of, even when they don't know it, when they don't understand vitality equals power minus obstruction, they don't understand from an intellectual or maybe a conscious standpoint, that they are expressing something that is free of obstruction, this kind of the freedom to express, it still manifests itself. And we, as practitioners of the Mucusless diet, we can look and observe and see that. We can see, like, oh, okay. So this was when I was at my friend Mario's house, when I was working on my dissertation, my field studies, and I went down to New Orleans, and I was actually, when I filmed this, I was sleeping. And this whole time I was down there, I actually fasted. So Mario got to see me fast, and because that was one of the first times where I fasted and somebody was with me the whole time. Because oftentimes, we talk about fasting and this kind of stuff, but you're not with us as we do it. He was like with me 24 hours, and so he was seeing like exactly what I'm putting in my body or the lack of that. And I'm doing enemas at his house, and it's just like he got the whole experience. But I'd only slept because I was up. It was like 6 a.m. or something. I was out like I was just out, doing music things and stuff. And I got back, and I think I went to sleep at like 6. So I'd been sleeping for like 2 hours, and he woke me up. It was like 8 o'clock. He's like, "Come here." I was like, "What is going on?" He's like, "Man, come here." And this is what was happening right outside his house. We opened the door up, and this is what was happening. Yeah, so this whole second line just started going up the street, And here's Mario talking about it a little bit. And yeah, he's a great musician, a trumpet player. He's up in Chicago now. But
you know what I mean? When people live the music,
yeah,
it has a purpose, man. It's like,
And so I guess that just probably pick up all kinds of people as they go by. Just jump. Now, how many times you think you jumped in one of those?
Well,
coming back.
Yeah, and if you ain't second line, you gonna get ran over.
Yeah.
Yep. You got a second line. That happened to me. I was trying to walk in there.
What you mean second line? A certain? You mean the way you walking?
You walk,
yeah. Yeah.
If you ain't dancing, you gonna get trampled. I got trampled.
Well, you just walk wide.
I was walking because I was second line.
Yeah.
You know, when you second line, you got that slow that you go with.
Yeah.
If you're walking, you get like bumped into like.
Right.
You're not second line. You got a second line.
Right.
So you was talking about, you got a second line. If you don't walk a certain way with the rhythm of the music and the rhythm of the group, then you get ran over or stepped on or that kind of thing. But there's Julian up there. But again, it's just to see that if this is about expression, because again, this is where you start to really look at the music that you are consuming and start asking questions about it. Like, what is this? What's the purpose of this? Whoever made this, is this an honest expression of their body, mind, and soul and spirit? Or is this something that was engineered to get me high? In the same way that we have processed food, all this garbage, processed mucus-forming food, we have processed ass music that is just as much garbage, but it's comfort music. Man, that's what a lot of that. It's comfort music. Just put it on and go off into la la land. But what is it really doing? What's it really doing to you or for you? So in this section, before this, I talk about free jazz. We won't get into all the details of all this, but just this concept of avant-garde jazz. Word avant-garde, new and unusual, experimental, radical ideas in art, culture, or society. Avant-garde jazz, a term for a range of progressive jazz styles originating in the 1950s and 60s, initially synonymous with free jazz, but much of it had structure and organization, so would not be quote unquote free jazz. This is the kind of quibbles that academics get into and arguing about definitions and this kind of stuff. But and then a lot of musicians are just like, no, we're playing, we're making music. Like, just leave us alone with all these definitions and worrying about all that. But I find definitions and analyzation helpful when you are trying to learn about something from the outside. You just got to be sufficiently aware of your definitions and how you're thinking through things. But so it drew parallels with counterparts from Western art tradition, as well as Black arts literary movement. So we've transported ourselves from the late 1800s now into the 1950s and 1960s. And this was the emergence of Black arts movement, of free jazz as it's inspired by Ornette Coleman and others. And so this was a very creative period, a very important period in terms of liberation on a soul level, on that soul frequency, on that musical, artistic level, certain kinds of liberation. So where they might not have been getting the physiological part together, there was something was happening important when it comes to the vibrational and the spiritual part. And this is, yeah, just a Chicago avant-garde. And this is stuff you can check out. I'm leaving you some I don't want to say breadcrumbs, some raisins, a trail of raisins, so you can check out some of this stuff. The AACM, Art Ensemble Chicago, Sun Ra. So this is all music to check out and experience, especially when you're fasting or when you're, go into that music with an exploratory attitude and mindset. Like, let me explore, let me see what Spira is talking about. Like, what is that? What is this stuff about? Like, how might I be able to use this music to transform my brain or my body in some way? What is all of this about? And yeah, AACM, Anthony Braxton, another musician to check out. We'll get into all those details. Now, Sun Ra, I highly recommend checking out some of Sun Ra's stuff. Pianist, composer, arranger, band leader. And there's the movie Space is the Place, which, I mean, you just got to go into that with this open mind. But see, Sun Ra actually, a lot of the Afrofuturism that became popular in mainstream American society and around the world by way of bands like Earth, Wind and Fire and George Clinton, Parliament Funkadelic, and a number of other ones. All of that goes back to Sun Ra. He was doing that stuff in the 1950s in terms of this concept of Afrofuturism and this, which had a certain kind of cultural aesthetic, philosophy of science and history that explores the intersection of Black culture with technology. But that emerged a lot of art, different types of art and dance. And, it was this emergence of a unique cultural experience that pulls from the African past as well as the European past and really world history, that pulls elements from all these different things, but it's simultaneously moving forward in a progressive manner to something new, to something exciting and something different. And Sun Ra exemplifies that. Art Ensemble Chicago exemplifies that, amongst many others. But I definitely encourage you to take a look at, take a little deep dive into Sun Ra. I watch his Space is the Place, and this is good. It's good enema viewing. If you got a setup where you have a TV or something in front of you, or like I used to watch stuff as I was doing an enema. I'd have different things that I was watching, or live music performances, or stuff like this. That's like really, I mean, that Space is the Place. Just watch that. Just get into that as your homework for this week. Watch Space is the Place, and because and really listen to what Sun Ra is saying, man. He's saying some really profound things in there that don't get thrown off by the theatrics. Like there's some stuff that's in there that can be really useful and helpful and transformative. So jazz is protest music. So now again, we're back to this liberation music, whether it's liberation of spirit, body, or mind. It's liberation. What music can we get a hold of or make that can help liberate us on various levels? Is Nicki Minaj helping to liberate us, body, mind, and spirit? Is Drake's music helping to liberate us, body, mind, and spirit? Or is it serving to dull our senses, to dull our intelligence, to keep us down, to keep us very very suggestible, very easily manipulated, easily controlled? Liberation music doesn't do that. Liberation music is always going to move you toward liberation of body, mind, and spirit. And I won't go through a lot of this stuff. I don't want to get all these different copyrights, but I just have different examples of different music, and this would be something to check out. Definitely, if you've never listened to Strange Fruit, Billie Holiday, famous recording of 1939. And I challenge you to find some music being made today that's heavier, that's more revolutionary, that's more controversial, that's more eye-opening than this. That was recorded in 1939. That make more people cry, that make more people stomach feel uncomfortable. Find me that and send it. If you find something that's heavier than this, that's made today, send it to me, because I want to see, because I don't see nothing that's coming close to this. And that's a problem, because you have a tradition where this is a part of it. This is the standard. And yet what happened to it? It went from a pure, a serious liberation. Well, I can show the images, serious liberation music that has a purpose, that has a reason. We're not just talking about money, cash, hoes, and how many Bugattis I got and how much better I am than you. This is real history, that this happened, and we're articulating it. We're allowing it to, because like I was saying earlier, if you do not deal with this, if you do not deal with real history from a physiological standpoint, from an emotional standpoint, if you haven't processed this, you haven't meditated and got this out of your soul, then you can be in for a very unpleasant period, unpleasant life, unpleasant eliminations. And I've seen people get here and then run away because they didn't know that. And so that's why I'm trying to warn you now. I'm giving you, this is the playbook of this, because for me, I took some of this for granted because I've been this way since I was a child. There's a recording of me when I was in 6th grade. I got in front of a class. I did a lot of what I do now. I did when I was 12. I got in front of the class. I had made this, we had to do some kind of project or something. It was like, and I forget, like everybody sort of did something different. I made a recording of a lynching. And so, and I played I voiced all these different characters in this little like radio play that I created. And I had this little toy thing that had a siren, and you had the siren. I had music going on behind it. And it was like, you could listen to it. And it was basically this portrayal of a lynch mob coming to somebody's home and burning across the Ku Klux Klan coming to a black home and putting a cross in the front, burning a cross, threatening to murder everybody. Terrorism. That's the real domestic terrorism. And I hadn't been exposed to Strange Fruit yet. I had just started getting into jazz, but I didn't know like what I know now. But I had an attitude from a young age of confronting the worst of humanity. Like what's the worst? What is the worst? Can I, so that's like all these this is stuff I looked at when I was 11, 12, 13. I went to the library, got books on all this stuff. So I know some of this stuff. I didn't, I forced myself, or at least if people talk about, courageous or being brave, or, it's like, well, I didn't look at it like that. For me, it was just, this is something I have to do. because of liberation, because I don't want to be scared. I don't want there to be things out there that I gotta, like, oh, let me avoid that, or oh, this is, it's like, no, I want to know what happened. I want to the best that we can put together from what we have, and I want to know why it happened. And that's what led me to the Mucusless Diet Healing System, where now I was able to get an answer to why all of this happened. So so I encourage you, watch. So I actually made this. I had to post this somewhere, but I made this. I think I made this video up where it was her singing, Billie Holiday singing live, and then had the different lynch mob things. And I mean, they would take, lynch a black person in the United States South not that long ago, and have a picnic. They turn it into a circus, and family would get there. It was this celebration. People are barbecuing and all this stuff. And the culmination of all of that is to take a defenseless black person that probably didn't do a damn thing, string them up, and hang them by their neck. And let me see if I got one of the pictures where they got the kids. Yeah, I mean, you see here, got the kids are hanging out. This isn't, photography hasn't been in existence that long. This isn't something that happened generations and generations ago and thousands of years ago. This is 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago type of stuff. This isn't that far back where this was the culture. This is what they're trying to suppress. They don't want, there's literally states in this society that we can't even have this conversation. You're not allowed to talk about this. You're not allowed to talk about slavery. Talk about look at how happy these folks are. It's a happy man right here. Domination, white supremacy. That's what, you got to understand this stuff. And don't go for the okey doke of some of these political machinations, because those political arguments and all that stuff is made to control and manipulate you, to keep you dumb and enslaved in the current or current version of slavery. But this is all very, very standard operating fare. And you can imagine if there's this many photographs in existence of this, because they were proud of this. So this is what I'm saying. As somebody that's been studying this stuff since as a young child, and really I'm trying to understand what's the foundation of human suffering, what's the foundation of evil. And thankfully, I got my answer from Professor Arnold Ehret. Constipation is the foundation of all evil. Take pus and mucus out of the equation right here. All of these sadistic people down here enjoying the lynching. I can guarantee you, and try me, put it to the test. If all these people were eating fruits and green leafy vegetables and had been for years or generations, this picture would not be in existence. There would have been no lynching this day. There would be no wallets made from slave leather, the skin of slaves turned into a wallet. That would not have happened. That would not exist. So if you're looking for answers, you want to know why do humans do the things that they do in terms of pain, suffering, tragedy? I'm saying, can you find a better answer than what I've just offered here? Take pus and mucus out of the equation, and this doesn't happen. And we say you study. If you don't study and understand history, you're bound to repeat it. If physiologies aren't changed, this happen again. Keep on and there's variations and things that's happened to this day, and we have all of the child trafficking and the modern day forms of slavery and sweatshops, and there's plenty of things that we can talk about today. But right now, we're getting into this history and the importance of dealing with it. And I'm showing you how to use music to help you through that process. Using music as a means to help lead you emotionally and spiritually through some of these hard things that you're going to have to go through emotionally. It's just some history of the strange fruit. This is some more examples. This Max Roach, We Insist. It was a great album. So these are just different liberation, protest type of albums and musicians to check out. I love me some Charles Mingus, one of the greatest jazz composers. Check him out. But he definitely had. There's another thing to check out when you listen to the music. Also go and listen to interviews of some of these musicians. And if you do, you'll better understand me and Brother Air and where, like, the tradition that we come out of and kind of why we sound the way we sound, and value systems and things. It's coming out of a tradition of the black jazz musician. It's a thing. It's a sort of kind of cultural that we don't think about it like that, or that we, it's just, it is what it is. We've, sufficiently lived in that sphere and, long enough to where that's where it's at. But just go back and listen to the mindset of some of these artists. Got Archie Shepp, Fire Music. So the Fire Music Project is a tip of the hat to Mr. Shepp and some of the work he did. And here's a few things you might want to check out of Archie Shepp. Then we get to John Coltrane, and usually I have several lectures on Coltrane, but just today he did this Alabama after 4 black children were murdered in a Baptist church bombing by the Ku Klux Klan in 1963. He had made this song.
Resistance to integration.
And when you listen, which is in this video, if you listen to there's one of Martin Luther King's speeches that it's theorized that Coltrane took the speech and created his melody based on that.
It is probably the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States, and the injustices inflicted upon Negroes on the notorious reality.
Again, history. Don't let them tell you, oh, that didn't happen, or oh, that's some left-wing plot to these liberals, and whatever the modern day division
wanted things to be
dialectic is. Don't buy into that.
But he didn't talk about it. I think he put that in his music.
So that's the question. Does the music you listen to offer the potential
Coltrane
of
did
this
feel
kind of
connected to his
deep
music.
emotional
It was only a few
experience?
months after that horrible bombing of a church, and he
Can you does Nicki Minaj go with this? Can you put that on and have something to be a soundtrack of your reality? Or is it the soundtrack to the fake plastic reality that they have created for you to live, to not worry about any of this? Don't worry about this history. Don't worry about all that.
that
It's
horrible
it's
bombing of a
different
church,
today. It's very
and
different.
he wrote a piece
Don't
called
worry about that.
And it shows the creativity and depth of Coltrane.
This is from a documentary, but so the depth of feeling, you know, there's so many humans, because they haven't been exposed to any of this, that they're missing so much in life. They're missing so much in the potential of the human experience. Levels of rich, the richness of experience and the emotional. A lot of people, they're living it just at this, you know, sitcom type of level of existence. And I'm saying, here's a way into a deeper reality, a deeper human experience. Follow the vibrations. So spiritualism in jazz. So for lack of a better term, spiritual jazz, there's a lot of people that this is a form of jazz that within academia is not something that is overly discussed or analyzed, or oftentimes it is sort of brushed over. And I can't think of a better, and as evidence, they don't really have a work terminology for it other than they'll just lump it in with avant-garde, but a lot of it's not really avant-garde or free jazz, and a lot of it's not. A lot of it is just Black art music of the 60s and 70s, a particular level of expression, but infused with some of it infused with spiritual intention. And so, what do I got here? Spiritualism, system of belief or religious practice based on supposed communication with spirits of the dead, especially through mediums. Philosophy, the doctrine that the spirit exists as distinct from matter, or that spirit is the only reality. The view that spirit is a prime element of reality. The word spiritual, relating to or affecting the human spirit or soul. And spiritual jazz, a style of avant-garde jazz with spiritual themes or intentions, blend of styles evocative of African, Indian, and East Asian musical traditions, religious music, and ecstatic, transcendental aspects of free jazz. So this was my definition. This isn't perfect. This isn't the greatest thing in the world, but we're at least getting you somewhere to say that this is distinctive from that. So this form of jazz is different from your bebop earlier or your hard bop, or the intentionality is often different. And that intentionality informs the way the music feels, the purpose of it, where it's coming from. So I have a couple of examples. So Albert Eiler, this was somebody else to take a look at. And I guess the audio clip that I had in here is no longer in existence. But yeah, he has a lot of spiritual themes throughout his music, and it's another one of these musics that can teleport you to a whole different world, just a whole different reality. Then we got to talk about John Coltrane's A Love Supreme. So this was really where that intentionality came into play. And let me see if I can bring up just real quick a little Love Supreme. So this is a whole suite, and it gets into. So I don't want to go through all that, but just to give you that little taste of the ethereal nature. And again, this is coming after Coltrane had his famous realization. He had his spiritual realization in 1957 and got off. He had previously been addicted to drugs and all these things, and then got off of that and became vegetarian. And but again, I was told he got a copy of the Mucusless Diet Healing System on his deathbed, and it was too late. If he could have got it when he went through that transformation in 1957, who knows? Who knows what could have happened? But so this is an important album. So this would be another one to go check out in terms of really understanding this transition toward the spiritual realm of jazz. This jazz music that. So when I was thinking about this earlier, it's like people say, food for the soul, or feeding your soul, feeding your spirit. And so you could think about it like that, where this would be music to feed your soul or your spirit. But you could also say your spirit might need to fast. Your soul might need a fast. And this could be used as a transitional tool to fast. You fast from your Nicki Minaj and Taylor Swift for a minute and get into this. This is going to be a musical fast for you. Going over in this direction, and let this do some elimination. Let it rewire your brain for a little while. Then see how you feel going back to that music. After that, after you've started getting your brain rewired with this music, see how those other musics feel. How the experience of those other musics after that. I can tell you it's going to be a little different. It's going to be a whole different situation. And let's see, what do I got here? Oh, we got Psalm, the part 4. So these are texts that he has written that later, like most people don't know that he's singing this poetry that he wrote. So this poem, this is in the liner notes. So Coltrane, his music, imagine making music so profound that people thought was so important that they canonized you as a saint. So Saint John Will.I.Am Coltrane, there is an African Orthodox church that is founded in his name, and they play music inspired by live music inspired by John Coltrane at this particular church. And I always find that pretty fascinating. And so that's another thing, you can check that out. But one benefit of watching that is you can see what it looks like for a group of people to use this level of music for that type of spiritual enlightenment and transformation, you know, where they might not have the diet part together, but again, from a sort of a mental and a spiritual standpoint, there's obstructions, because you can't help but remove obstructions when you're dealing with this music. And so there is quite a bit of obstruction that is left those folks. Now, here's a couple resources to follow up. I actually linked these down below. I found a place where you can download this. So if somebody was to ask me, what's your favorite documentary of all time? My favorite documentary of all time would be The World According to John Coltrane, that was made in 1990. And like I said, down below, I put a couple different links to different options of checking that out. The St. John Coltrane film, this Lewis Porter book, John Coltrane, His Life and Music. Tell Me How Long Train's Been Gone. This is an audio program that was really interesting. This Steve Rowland has a few. There's a Miles program that Brother Eric got me hip to years ago. He used to listen to it on these little cassette tapes, and finally found it years later online and was able to buy it and download it. But excellent program, but just a few things that get all these images up here. A few things to check out. But yeah, here's the World According to John Coltrane. Man, I probably watched that documentary 300 times. I mean, even more than that, because there was a point where I watched it at least once a day, and I just watched it day after day after day, sometimes twice a day. It was just it was almost like a meditation watching it, just going through it, because it was just so profound, the way they lay everything out. And it's not super duper long either. It's shorter, but it's one of the most, in terms of its information and how profound it is, it's got so much information that put in there. And in fact, I had I should have got that up. Should have got that. So I actually have I'd put the documentary over, I downloaded it, and I'd put it over here. I was gonna get some clips out of it. I didn't get a chance. Let me see. Let me see. This part. It's kind of cool.
The critics' responses to John's musical changes of the early and middle 60s were sharply divided. But as the controversy grew, so did Coltrane's audience. His music was also influencing an emerging generation of American classical composers, later dubbed the Minimalists, including Terry Riley and Philip Glass. The originator of this movement was Lamont Young.
John Coltrane was using what were like elements of minimalism in his playing when he would take a fixed constellation of tones and do these very interesting mathematical permutations on them. It's not unlike what you would hear Lester Young doing in blues, but he had refined the process because of his exposure to Indian classical music and other Eastern traditions of modalism. And you can hear it tied in with his blues legacy and brought into a new level of refinement and understanding.
In the Eastern and African cultures Coltrane turned to for inspiration, music is a means to enlightenment, not an end in itself. His drive to expand his musical horizons increasingly became a process of spiritual development. His playing and composing, a probing of soul and spirit with his audience as active participants rather than passive witnesses. A friendship with Ravi Shankar that began in the late 50s with informal discussions and jam sessions became an education in an ancient science of sound in which musical structures map specific states of consciousness.
One of the really important things about modal music is that you have a set of frequency relationships that are repeated over and over. And because of the emphasis on intonation in Indian classical music, this set of frequency relationships is very much in exactly the same place, so that each frequency comes right back at the same place. And this sets up a series of patterns in the mechanism of the nervous system of the listener, so that a psychological state is created. If you believe that the universe is composed of vibrations, then you can understand how a study of sound, which is the most concrete form of vibrations that the human mechanism can immediately assimilate, can be an introduction to the understanding of universal structure.
By the mid-60s, Coltrane's explorations of Eastern modality and extended solos were not only influencing jazz and contemporary classical music, but were transforming rock, a development heralded by the Byrds' mid-60s hit, 8 Miles High.
Yeah, so you can definitely recommend checking this out. Yeah, this gets into some of the history we're talking about here.
John's music reflected the times in the 60s in a different way. One which was definitely not militant, but more spiritual. For example, if you heard some of his albums in which he played music like Peace on Earth, Dear Lord, that kind of inspiration, but also a piece like Reverend King, Alabama.
That was Alice Coltrane talking, who was Coltrane's wife at that time. There's a part I'm looking for, but I forget exactly where it's at. But yeah, but you can definitely highly recommend that documentary. Go watch all of that. And this is the interstellar space that I talked about before. And Pharoah Sanders, he's in this tradition that we're talking about, created some remarkable music. So he's coming out of playing with John Coltrane, and then he went on to make some really important albums, Karma, Themby, Black Unity, just to name a few on here, and these were things that were really influential to me. So once I got into Pharaoh, and I used to listen to Karma like every day, just the Creator as a Master Plan and different the stuff on. I just just Pharaoh's another one of these people that could he just brought a really special vibration to out there. So it's, so once you get into the nuts and bolts of music, and there's so many people, they think that to attain this kind of spiritual transcendence musically, that they have to play more notes. They have to play faster and play harder and louder and longer, and so there's a lot of students of music that sound like that. That's their conception. They sound as if they want to try to play as fast as they can. They want to, that their whole conception of music is based on this, like, oh, I can play faster than them. I can play all the stuff, all the licks that Coltrane played. I can play them. I can, they're coming from that, as opposed to coming from this and understanding this spiritual dynamic, where it's not necessarily exactly what Coltrane was playing, but what was the intentionality? Where was he coming from? What kind of vibration was he a portal for, to bring into the planet? Like getting into that. That's not the average student of jazz. And I wrote that's what this is about. If anybody wants to read my 500-page dissertation, that's what I talk about in here, partly, is the deficiencies of academic jazz and just academic music in general, in terms of this element is what tends to be missing, tends to just in general, and it ends up really negatively affecting the music and the music culture, in my opinion, because it becomes soulless. It loses its soul. At what Eric say about humans, they have lost their reason. So you have musicians, people that are in institutions learning to become musicians, learning how to play in these different styles or these different traditions, but they're not getting the kind of mentorship that really has them interrogate their life in a profound way, to bring in that life is music dynamic. And of course, not the physiological, which I was able to get, to tie in the art, to understand the artistic expression as synonymous with the physiological transcendence. And as Brother Ayers said, what the instrument isn't my trombone back here. There it is. The instrument is the body. And so if I remove the obstructions from the body, then you're going to allow whatever instrument, whether it's your voice or piano, saxophone, trombone, glockenspiel, whatever it is, you're going to emit and process vibration. The vibration is going to come through unobstructed expression. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want to be, as I say, tell people or encourage people to find your passion. Find and follow your passion. What are you passionate about? And find a way to bring that into the world and be of service. If what you are passionate about is something that can lend itself in some way to service or to helping others or something like that, or bringing something important into the human sphere, then you're obligated to do that. And when you don't, then you're going to have emotional repercussions from depressions and angers and not being happy not feeling comfortable in your body and feeling good in your skin. This is part of it. You know, so we always talk about that. You know, find what are you here to do? What are that you specifically, like you personally, what are you here to contribute? What are you here to, as we say, bring to the table? That brings a great sense of fulfillment, clarity of purpose, clarity of thought, when you can get honed in on that, like where you know why you're doing what you're doing. And again, in these kinds of discussions, why we're talking about that here is music and the arts at the highest levels lend you and lead you into these serious discussions about fulfillment, about spiritual ascendancy and transcendence. You're not gonna talking about how much protein, counting your protein and how many calories you had today generally does not lead to this level of discussion of total spiritual transformation, physiological enlightenment. Who's talking about that? That's talking about, like, you know, you need a little extra protein, go get a B12 shot. Nah, we're done with, you know, we've transcended that. You know, this and this is the reality that you can be in mentally and physically and spiritually to take yourself out of that world. That's what people like me and Brother Air, you know, we've and others in the community, we've created our own reality, our own world. We got a little bubble to where we see the insanity, we see what's going on out there, and sometimes it gets close to us or something, but there's the protective bubble to where that's their thing. That's that world. That's not our world. We create our own reality. And that's what you want to do. Have you created your own reality? Are you in the process of creating your own reality and existence? Or are you living the script that somebody else wrote for you? Something to think about. Because when you're listening to a lot of this pop music, that's a script that's giving you a suggestion of how you're supposed to live your life, what your value system is supposed to be. So when your value system is, you know, your kind of clothes you got, and you got your material possessions and how many women or men you can dominate, when that's the music that you're listening to and that's creating and cultivating the value system for you, then you're trapped. You're trapped in somebody else's script. They wrote that you didn't manifest that. That wasn't divine intervention coming from you, from the heavens of, like, this is it. Man, that's some constipated people putting something together to keep you enslaved, to keep you in Zombieville, so that you don't rise up, you don't do nothing, you don't stop going to the buffet, you don't stop going to McDonald's, you don't stop going to Murder King. what does your music mean? The music you listen to, what's the intention of it? What's behind it? Now, I will warn you, as you start to listen to more advanced and more spiritually elevated forms of music, just as you need to transition with fruit, and you're not going to just go all fruit all the time without transition, you got to transition to this music. So if you just cold turkey, you get off of your Nicki Minaj, and then like I'm only gonna listen to this and this is it, you're gonna run into the same problems that you would run into if all you did was I'm just gonna eat nothing but fruit for the rest of my life. You're gonna have to transition, and you got to go through this process, go through the elimination, and you'll find and understand that it is okay to have the balance. Don't get so hardcore where you're like forcing yourself, because I've seen people do that kind of stuff. They force themselves to, like I'm no longer ever going to listen to any of this old music. I'm only going to listen to this spiritually infused. Like, nah, you need to take breaks and explore. There's a lot of music all around the world, a lot of stuff to check out and explore. So you want to go easy on yourself with this stuff, because this stuff is intense. This can be really intense in terms of what it does to your mind and what it does to your body. Use it as a tool. Use it to help you move forward with your life in ways that you can't do otherwise. This is a different type of thing when you're using this musical technology as a tool for physiological liberation. It's different. It's a different kind of thing. So just some more notable artists: McCoy Tyner, Alice Coltrane. Some more folks to check out in this vein. Now we got Charles Lloyd. So now we're talking about somebody who has that physiological consciousness, that started practicing the Mucusless Diet Healing System in the 70s. And today he's in his 80s, and he's still tours around the world playing music. And let me see if I got the audio for this. Oh no. So this is a song. In fact, let me bring it up. We'll listen to this. So this is this whole thing is on my channel, but he wrote this song back in the 1971, called Dear Dr. Errett. So he wrote this poem that's here. He wrote this, then he performed and sang. So this is him singing and playing the saxophone.
Dear Dr. thanks for the word. It has made my heart sleep at night. All of my dreams inside sweet peace. Oh dear Doctor, why did you go? This whole world needs you so.
Amen. Yeah. 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 Karen says, oh, yeah. Yeah. He's definitely. And there's a video that you can find on when Brother Air and I met. One of the times we met him. Let's see. And I mean, there's a clip of him where he's talking with Brother Air. I'll show you this. He's talking about the Mucusless Diet Healing System with Brother Air. And this was like a little documentary that we had when we met him. Yeah, met Charles Lloyd.
So now we look like it's gonna be a festival across here.
It was in Chicago. I just fast forward to the.
He's a flute player. Oh man, you play music, you don't have to lift you up. He's in the band, man. That's beautiful.
Okay. I think I got a clip of him when he's performing. This was. Yeah, so that's the spirit, man. We're the keepers of the spirit. You know, the keeper. That's why music is so powerful. Again, the controlled vibrations, and you know. So I encourage you to really meditate on that. Really meditate on what is music. What does it mean? What, you know, why is music? That gets a little bit into. This was a whole section where I ask a bunch of questions, philosophical questions. So what is art? What is art for? What's music for? Who decides these things? We won't necessarily get into all this here, but just, you know, what's the purpose of art? But you can say art/music. What's the purpose? Why does it matter? Who's controlling it? Who's controlling the expression? You know, who gets to decide what is good music and good art and what's not? How do you create those decisions? Who decides what's appropriate and what's not? How are different value systems and standards set? Who sets them? Do they simply express individual tastes or cultural institutionalized tastes? How does art communicate emotion? How central is emotional communication to the nature of art? Why is some art popular and others are not, or seem less accessible by the masses? And should there be an effort be made to bring more challenging art forms to the mainstream society? How should the value of art be validated and evaluated by how popular it is? And now this is traditionally where a lot of people come from, the popular, they call it pop music or popular music, or the idea that something is inherently valuable because it is much talked about, it is famous, it is popular. And I find that to be incredibly problematic, to base your viewpoint or value of something on how popular it is. Obviously, most of you know that because you're here, because we're not particularly popular. And a lot of the stuff we talk about is not particularly popular, but it is verifiably transformative. And thereby, one could say that it is good from the standpoint of, if it does no harm and it helps in a positive way, then that could be something that is considered to be a good thing. But that's a huge issue that I really, and the problem is we're wired to, it's like, a lot of times the first thing that we'll do, we look at a video, is look at how many on YouTube or something, how many views does it have? How many likes did it get? How many, is it something that's popular? Is it there? We're kind of wired for that, unfortunately. So sometimes we have to work a little bit more to understand that when you're talking about esoteric wisdom and knowledge, it's gonna hit differently, and there's not gonna be as many people, and that's a good thing from that standpoint. Because then I always looked at it like that, where once when I looked around and there wasn't a whole lot of people, then I kind of knew I was on to something. If I'm like, okay, that's how I was when I got the Mucusless Diet book. I was like, how can this be a secret? But then I understood, well, this is esoteric knowledge, esoteric wisdom. And that's esoteric means that it's for the few. It's not for the masses. And it's not that it's something that is deliberately hidden, and sometimes it is, but it's not, I don't use it in the sense of being deliberately hidden from the masses, but something that the masses in general are not sufficiently cultivated or educated to be able to handle, or to be able to use, or to want to use, or to want to handle, to be able to see the value in something. And so much of what we talked about today, an average person off the street is not going to be ready to listen to Coltrane in Interstellar Space. You have to, if you want to encourage them to bring them over to this, you're going to have to do it a little more gradually in a little different way. But how should the value of art be validated and evaluated? Popularity, how about the amount of money it makes, the amount of money that something generates? There's a lot of people that put value on music or art based on how much money somebody is willing to pay for it, or how much money it can generate, or how about its influence? Because all these things don't necessarily go together. Something that has a music that has been very influential doesn't necessarily mean it's automatically was popular. Because a lot of these things we talked about today were very influential, not always incredibly popular. They also might be very influential, but not make a whole lot of money. So that's a factor to think about when you're contemplating and meditating on your musical life. What do you think of the making of art for art's sake, or music for music's sake, versus artistic utilitarianism versus the principle of assigning value based on popularity and or influence? So this was, we got into really interesting discussions. I wanted to spend some time with the students really getting into just a little bit of this philosophy of music. Like, why are we here? Why is there a course on music? Why are we talking about this? Why is there so much money in this industry? What is it? What's it all about? And to me, it's an important discussion to have, and an important discussion to have with yourself, to just really try to look and understand, like so much of this stuff where we don't know until we know, until we have the consciousness and we wake up and we realize, I've been eating garbage, this processed food. That same that same realization comes, I've been listening to garbage. I've been listening to music that it clogs my spirit. I need a spirit enema. Haha. Then the prescription is listen to Coltrane Interstellar Space. You need a spiritual enema. Interstellar Space, John Coltrane. But to know that, to be able to use music in that way, that is what I hoped to share with you today. That little bit of perspective and education that I don't see a lot of people talk. I don't see anybody besides us really talking about it on that level. But even just music within the realm of spirituality, it'll get lost in a religious discussion or different religious musics and forms, and that's something else. That's fine, but that's not this discussion. That's not a music as spiritual liberation vibrations, different from formalized religious musics and different traditions around the world. That's a kind of a separate discussion. Because it's definitely not always. Sometimes you could argue it's about liberation or something, but oftentimes it's not. Oftentimes those musics are created in the result of them ends up being a mechanism of control in the same way that the pop music is. It ends up being this area of control. So I'm interested in artistic expression that breaks away from pillars of control and systems of control and manipulation and the dumbing down of, or the imposing of certain questionable value systems into the places. I think about the different, one of the guys that, I'm not going to play a song, but just to really get a good comparison. Let me see here. So we got this guy. I was gonna send, when people ask about the okay, here we go. So after all that, just to give you, so when I say popular music, when I say popular art, what am I talking about? What vibrations could our children be listening to and watching that could be on this, be promoting slavery, be promoting consciousness being imprisoned and staying at this certain space? And this is a good example, if we're looking for examples. I won't play the music to get anything, but this guy, this Tekashi 669. So let's start out right here. We just gotta, so if the children are watching, I guess put them, so we're gonna probably have some old twerking and some old nastiness. But this is, you can go listen to the music if you want to put yourself through that. But but just looking at it, if we were at one point, I had thought about doing a video where that was going to be, I'm going to stop it every now and then, just so I really don't want to get like a copyright thing on it. But I was going to do a video like wait till Tekashi came out with something, and then do a video like ethnomusicologist reacts to Tekashi 6ix9ine or just any of this stuff. And you can send me, so if you find something that comes out and it's fresh and it's real crazy, some kind of music thing or something, you can shoot it my way, and I'll take a look at it, and I might make a video on it, like a reaction video or something. But basically, from an ethnomusicological standpoint, I just break things down, the iconography and the cultural elements and some of the, like, what's all this mean? So we have these characteristics that are of this style of music video, and so we got this where there's no way that this money is real, but we got the fake money. But again, we're portraying a certain value system, a certain level of consciousness, that this is what it's all about. We're having fun. We got the same fake money in front of us here, and we got, we're blinging, and young people will find this attractive because there's certain principles in here. So I'm not blind to some of the principles. Again, anytime there's, what's attractive is is a certain vision of freedom, of being unstifled. So as an actor, this guy, he comes across as, I truly don't care. I don't care what you think. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna say. What I'm gonna say. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. I got money. I know how to fight. I can dominate. It's like this. There's all these different tropes. The trope of one male dominating other men, one male dominating and attracting women, having all this money. How'd you get it? Don't worry about that. Doesn't matter how I got it. I got it. And I got all the gold chains, got all the stuff. These are the common tropes of this type of music that goes back a few decades. But they're just expressed. They get expressed and re-expressed over and over again in all these different these different things. But the this guy is and I'm showing it. At one point I was gonna send this to, sometimes me and Brother Eric get in these music discussions, I'm trying to, like, what young people are watching or listening to, like, they're very far away from what we're talking about, but not too, my vision is that to create the musical and arts movement that'll start off really small, but of people that are proud to not be a part of this, that's proud to be into Coltrane, be into jazz, be into black arts music, be into different musics of the world, and just totally leave this whole insanity behind. This pus, this just becomes a string of mucoid plaque and parasite that gets flushed down the toilet, and you just leave, just let that be right on over there, and all this, just all that, just this whole, but that's what we're talking about. So just to put into perspective, you have of how far that is away. Like, what's the richness? Does this music, is it a good is it a good soundtrack for for today, for what's happening today, for the wars that are going on today? What in today's music, what does these wars sound like? What does the genocide sound like? What does the rapes sound like musically and artistically? What does it look like? What does it feel like? Because those are things that need to be expressed, and they need to be expressed artistically, because a speech isn't enough. A lecture isn't enough. They must be expressed in that medium, in the various artistic mediums, because it becomes, like I was talking about earlier, a form, a way of bringing up, because the principle is always vitality equals power minus obstruction. So it becomes a necessity for the members of the community that have the power to control vibration and have been imbued with the responsibility to do so. It becomes important for them to do that, to take the time to, in the effort, to find ways to express in modern day terms, in modern, using the technologies that we have and the musical forces that we have, but being informed by history. It becomes important to create that art, create that music. You know, we created the, I don't even know if that's still up. That's the, in fact, I'm pretty sure YouTube. So we had created the Brother Air psychopathic therapy session. See if, I don't know how much, if any of it. Okay, some of it. Oh, just the police brutality video that they took that down, but basically we had this all this police brutality content that I had put together a video, and we played music to it to express, and it was all of these different images of police just beating the hell out of people. And what does that music sound like? What does that art look like? Or would you rather escapism? Would you rather be ignorant and just and the ignorance just sort of lull yourself to sleep with the dulcet tones of Tekashi 6ix9ine and Nicki Minaj and just sort of float off and go into to fake booty trance with all the plastic booty that everybody has in the thing? You know, is that the reality that you want, or would you find it meaningful to have an artistic experience that allowed you to work through some of the most challenging elements of humanity, of today, of things that are happening today? I think it's pretty important to have that. And unfortunately, those artists are few and far between, especially that are visible on any, you know, national and international sorts of status. Here and there you'll have a couple, and it's considered to be a big deal if a rapper says something political or says something. Like I said, I dare you or encourage you to find me something heavier than Strange Fruit that was recorded in 1939. Good luck. Good luck finding something that somebody made today that's heavier than that. That was another. We had Soul Food killed more black people than the Ku Klux Klan. YouTube took that down. That was up for years. That was one of our oldest videos on my channel. And it was just literally like 1 minute and 20 seconds in a little period with Soul Food killed more black people than the Ku Klux Klan. They had a couple little images on there. They took that down. You know, yet on YouTube, you can find videos. If a police, there's some video, there was a video I found of a police shooting and killing people. Like, they leave that on there. That's cool. That's fine. But soul food killed more black people than the Ku Klux Klan. That might be a message that's artistically a little bit too intense. It might wake too many people up, make people feel uncomfortable. And that's what some of this liberation art is supposed to do. And it should do, because somebody's going to be made to always feel uncomfortable with it. Because anywhere there's liberation, there's somebody that does not want that to happen. There is somebody that wants to maintain the control and maintain the domination. And so this is an avenue. This is an avenue that really can help you with your practice. When you're going through something, having trouble, you can plug in and really take things to a whole different level. And so now that we've gone through all that, now if you go back and you watch some of our old music, the Breatharian Ensemble, you will better understand everything that we did in here. Because everything on here, some people would look in this and they would think, oh, this is just, what are they doing? Or what's this music? Or I don't understand this. But now that you've been brought up to speed a little bit with the history, you should better understand. Hold on, I'm checking something. Okay, better understand, where we're coming from here. This is a Sun Ra song. So all the songs we did on here were all songs by, most everything we did on here was songs by a lot of the people that I named today. Sun Ra, Ornette Coleman. The name where we're saying rocket number 9 take off for the planet Venus. So this was a Sun Ra song. And I'd say everybody that's on stage was fasting. It's for some period of time. Now, I'd been fasting for about 5 months. I think Brother Air had been fasting for like 7 or 8 months. Then everybody else, I think Eddie on bass, he was fasting for a couple days or a day or something. And Dr. Who, he was fasting. and Loving Star was fasting. So everybody on there was fasting, and that was part of what we were trying to bring in terms of like, what does that sound like? What does that music sound like when you have people that are trying to do things physiologically, physiological enlightenment, physiological liberation? What does that art and that music sound and look like? And we were trying to exemplify that, bring that into existence. There's a song by Ornette Coleman called Giggin'. And here, me and Brother Air are like locked in, like rhythmically. Like if you listen to the rhythmic interplay. Yeah. So I will encourage you, invite you to check this out. In fact, I'll share this link in the chat over here and encourage you all to take a look. Yeah, that was the famous Children of the Sun concert. You know, a couple weeks ago we had Khalip on, and this was where we had the Children of the Sun make their appearance through it, and we got the, I encourage folks, check out my Fable of Air Eater, which the poetry of that is in, some of you might have read it in Spirit Speaks, but you can see the performance of it on that performance on the concert, the Children of the Sun concert. And so this is, so hopefully this clarifies a little bit of that part of our reality and that part of our, what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish, physiologically, artistically, to create that movement of, as we say, before you have a movement, you got to have a bowel movement. And so this is music and art that promotes movement. And we're already working on stuff. We're talking about, we for years we've talked about the cartoon, the mucus-free cartoons, and we got to, like, every element of culture and entertainment, we got to create our version of that, our expression of that. Our Sesame Street isn't going to be like Jim Henson's Sesame Street. Our puppet, we have some kind of puppetry or puppet, because that's a tradition that goes way back in a bunch of different cultures, the puppetry. And that's meaningful. That's would combine with music to create and tell the stories, especially to the children, would tell the stories of the culture. So that's nothing new. And that was just Jim Henson, and those were modern day iterations of things that were happening in Africa or Indonesia or China or Japan, or for thousands and thousands of years. The puppetry traditions, the different kinds of storytelling traditions. There's a novel that I'm working on that eventually I want to put out that establishes our own universe, the mucus-free universe. You have these different authors that have created entire universes and languages and things, and they're, we want to do that for mucus-free reality. And the movies, we're gonna have our own movie studio eventually, and be able to create our movies. So instead of creating the horror movies, if we we have the zombie movie is definitely gonna be, it ain't gonna be their version of a zombie movie. It's gonna be, how you deal with pus and mucus, the pus and mucus zombies kind of thing. But then we have a whole line of immortality based lore movies telling not the their version of immortality, is like Thor and the demigods of Norse mythology. And it's like, the real, again, that low level type of pus eating immortals is their mythology. Zeus and these guys, they eat leg of lamb and all the pus that they eat, but they're supposed to be immortal, and that's their mythologies. And it's like, no, we're gonna do a lot better than that. We're gonna really put together I had a professor that once said, without no mythology, there is no culture. So it's always going to be the stories, the tradition of mythology, you telling a particular story that has a ring of truth to it, but you're getting a point across. You're getting a certain analogy, or sort of a lesson to be learned, or something that comes across. That's an important thing. And I'm going through these different things, is we don't have that. We have what we've tried to do, but in terms of creating our society, our nation, we need that. We need the artists to be working just as much as, because people get so into the, the sun. We need, we like, people want to say we need proof. Why don't you, do some scientific exam? Do science. We need proof. If we had proof, more people would do it. And I'd say, first of all, we are going to be doing that, but I can guarantee you, we could have all the scientific proof possible in the world, and that is a very small percentage of people that would get to come and do that. That's not how you get people to practice the Mucusless Diet Healing System. Like that's not gonna work. That's a fallacy to think that way, to think that like if only we had more evidence and more sciences, like there's plenty of evidence. This isn't gonna happen like that. This isn't gonna happen by way of, because all of that stuff is that's all compromised and corrupted from corrupt institutions and bought and paid for scientists. And there's some interesting studies here and there, and there's some things that we can use, that we can take a look at. But in terms of creating a foundation for how you're supposed to live your life, or how you're supposed to think about reality, and you're going to you just sort of blindly believe, you're not even, because you haven't read the original documentation that even created those theories. You're getting it like second and third hand. You're getting it from Tony the Tiger and Dr. Oz and Dr. Berg, and you're not even getting it from the source, yet you believe in it because you've been conditioned to believe in it. And I'm saying, fine, they can, they got their little, they can create whatever they want, but that's where we're saying we gotta understand that that's something missing in the world that we need to bring. Like that, this consciousness and this frequency of vibration is coming into the world through us. I mean, I didn't ask for it. Like we didn't know that we were going to be, that was going to be what, it was the mission given to us. Like, this is what you had to bring. It's very unpopular, very hard for people to understand based on their previous conditioning and brainwashing. But here's your mission nonetheless. And they're like, and I'm not saying, I'm talking to all of us, anybody that's listening to this that knows, if you're this far along in this, I'm talking to you. This is our mission. Like, we've been imbued with the spirit to bring this to the world. And it's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen real quick, but it's going to happen. And we're part of, I feel humbled and blessed to be able to have a small part in that, a small part in this revolution to bring something really good into the world that's hard for people to understand. Hard, it's not always easy. It's not easy to confront our past and some of those things that we talked about today. It's not easy to deal with the history of various genocides and various all of the ugliness that pus and mucus has brought us. But we have to come to that realization that is where it came from. It came from the eating of pus and mucus forming foods. That was initiated the fall of humanity, not something else. That. And until that has to be disproven first. And in order to do that, you would have to go throughout history and find the genocidal maniacs that were eating nothing but fruits and green leafy vegetables, and you're not going to find them. This, for whatever reason, has been the big hidden thing for humanity, has been the pus and mucus eating, and thinking and believing and acting as if that is some normal thing for humans to do, that's some natural way of being. You get all these evolutionists that come out, and these I just start calling all these people pusitarianism, pusitarians, the carnivore that's pusitarianism. But but again, I will they have a mythology. Like I said, there is no culture without myth. They have the myth of the caveman, the myth of the Paleolithic era, and the way humans were meant to be, that we go and with our hands, we use arrows, or we go and kill an animal, and we were hunters, and we go out into the wild and we're hunting, and we get the animal and we come back and we prepare it and we eat it that night. And that's the way humans were supposed to be. That's that paleo, that carnivore kind of mythology that they've created for themselves, which is absolutely ridiculous. Because first and foremost, when all these people that do that when they come from that perspective, anytime they're going to give some type of evolutionary explanation for why they're doing what they're doing, or why they're eating this way, or why they behave this way, it's first and foremost, it's almost always a Eurocentric perspective that totally ignores the fact that it's more, we're not coming from caves. We came from, if anything, rainforests or equatorial. I mean, if you want to say that, if you want to use that type of mindset of this whole caveman myth is a European myth, is a Caucasus Mountains thing. It's like we're up in these mountains, or up in these caves and dirty, and going and got to hunt these things that that was degeneracy. That was after the fall of humans. That wasn't some part of evolution where we're evolving into these bloodthirsty, psychopathic idiots. That's not humans. That's bloodthirsty, psychopathic idiocy. That is the foundation of why there's so much pain and suffering. So when that idiot has testicular cancer and can't get out of bed, or is diagnosed with colon cancer, and and can't poop anymore, or they have ulcers, hello. but I'm a carnivore, and this is my lineage and my history. I'm a cave person. I come from a cave lineage. And what about the rainforest lineage? What about the fruit, the plant-based lineage? They don't want to look at that lineage. They've created the myth of their caveman thing. And it's like we say, the tragedy of nutrition. They have no clue what's going on. And but yeah, we got to do better. Got to do better than that. But like I said, I'm not trying to convince them. Like we're observing them, and we can analyze where they're at. I'm not trying to convince them of anything. I'm done with that. I'm not into no debate. I don't need to convince the liver kings of the world and the Dr. Bergs, and I ain't debating anybody. All we're going to do is we're going to create our art. We're going to have our mucus-free babies. We're going to create our reality, create our society, and act like that thing ain't even here. Just like that's over there. Tekashi 6ix9ine, they can do whatever they want. I do that. Go enjoy yourself. Don't mess with us. Leave us alone. And we're going to create our world. And that's how you do it, in my opinion. It's like that, because that differs from some of these. I've been listening to a couple different. I was going through some old Kwame Ture stuff, and I've been kind of going through some different lectures and things. But one of the things with a lot of the folks of that era, we're talking like Black Power era in the 60s, 70s, but there was this desire into the 80s, but there the desire to persuade humanity, change the minds of the masses and execute an overthrow of existing oppressive regimes and governments and things of that nature. And there's a lot of people that was their focus, and that was the like, we're gonna. And I used to have a little of that type of focus, but in my old age, as I get more and more as I get into my eldership, my elderhood, I say that I see that that's not it. That's not how this thing is going to go about. We're not going to overthrow nothing. We're not going to overthrow these governments or get the masses to uprise or anything like that. We're going to have our little group of people. We're going to create our nation, our society, the way we want it to be, create our art, have our scientists. We create everything for ourselves as independent, that's based on a pus-free and mucus-free existence. And that's how we do it. It's not going to be, trying to get whatever, go vote, go and let's get our people into office. And nah, it ain't going down like that. We're just going to create our own. You can say that one of the greatest of all human rights is the right to association. That's not, people don't promote that or talk about that. Everybody's fixated on the freedom of speech, freedom to bear arms. They love to focus on that. Give me freedom of association any day. Within freedom of association, you can create your own society, you create your own nation, you create your own collective with your own laws, with your own rules, with whatever the collective decides. So I'd rather have that, because within that context, there's a lot more freedom there than there is trying to fit into a pus-based society that has no concept of morality of any kind of that you would associate with, that is totally fine with the this industrialized murder of animal after animal for no reason. And that's not, humans don't need to eat none of that, but that's the system that's been created, and it's out of sight, out of mind. No, people don't see their cow being raped and slaughtered, and their chicken's head being cut off. That's hidden, out of sight. But then people wonder why there's so much insanity and pain and idiocy and mess in the world. Yeah, Brady said, yeah, no barbecues. Yeah, we're gonna have miles and miles worth of no pus eating, no mucus, no barbecue. It's kept on turning the wrong way. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're not going to deal with that. We're going to have miles, mucus-free miles of mucus-free, pus-free area, and that's what it's going to be. And we're going to do it, and and create the template for humanity. Create the template to show humanity that this is possible. Peace is possible. Living disease-free lives is possible. Not being a part of the wars, and not being a part of unnecessary bloodshed and unnecessary power grabs and all that. That's all possible. It's all a reality. And that's part of what I believe we are all here to do, is to help bring that into the world, to create our, make our his story, history, his story. We're going to create our story. Is what we're going to call. This is our story. Not even my mystery, not my story. It's going to be, this is our story. We're going to create something that where we'll just be able to get out of the way. Because part of, like I said, I'm no longer interested in trying to transform the masses and the governments and all that. What we're going to do is we step aside and we let that thing is going to fall apart on its own, because it's already doing it. And so it falls apart. You get all these people basically kill themselves. The pus eaters take themselves out. So the few that can hear the message, that can, come on, get on the ark, they make it over. But the majority of people are not. They're not gonna. That's not gonna happen. And so there's gonna be a whole lot of unnecessary bloodshed, unnecessary pain and suffering. It's got to play itself out, and we can't be too. We just got to focus on creating our reality and creating our world, and not worry about that because it's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse than it is now with that kind of stuff. But all we got to do is focus on us. Focus on our physiology, trying to get clean, physiologically advanced, and that's it. And we will transform this world, as I say, one bite at a time. So Mustafa said, called the Great Detox. Yeah, it's gonna be ugly. It is not gonna be pretty, but we want to see our version of being prepared. So you have all these people, preppers, and people that are, we're getting our bunkers ready and all this kind of stuff. It's like our version of that is we just got to create our situation and have it be out of the way of the missile. So we're gonna be over here, find a place that's sort of outside of the missile path, and yeah, we just let that happen. And whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, and we can try to be a voice. We'll be a voice of reason, a voice of rationality, but it will fall on deaf ears to those that aren't ready, that are not ready to hear. As what I say, they know not what they eat, and that is the foundation of the tragedy of nutrition, the tragedy of humanity. That is the drama. That is the story of how humans lost their reason and how we find it again, and we start from scratch. I mean, that's basically how I look at it. We're starting from scratch. We gotta birth this mucus-free into, like, literally birth this thing into existence. And but so as Brother Air asked me, I ask you all the same thing, which is this is the mission. Do you choose to accept it? You got to answer that yourself. So I thank you so much. This has been a good session. A lot of stuff, talked about a lot of stuff that I've been wanting to talk about for a long time. I've been wanting to get into music discussions. This is what, I did for years. When people are like, are you a real professor? It's like, yeah, I was at the age of 23. I was the youngest professor at Northern Kentucky University, where I gave over, I was trying to calculate how many lectures I gave in a 2-year span. I gave, it was almost 1,500 lectures or something, because it was like 10 lectures a week. It was like twice, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or about 8, maybe eight lectures a week. And for 2 years straight, at the age from 23, 24, that age, I'm giving lectures there almost every day. It's what I did, and so, yeah, but it was music. And so these things that we talked about today, so that this is, passion that I haven't been able to really talk, at least not, because I left, how many years? Well, more than 2 years now. I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, I pretty much left academia behind because I foresaw the medical procedure mandates coming in amongst universities, because it wasn't just over the past 3 years. They'd been leading toward that. They started with forcing undergraduates to get a particular medical procedures. Then it went to graduates. Then over the past 3 years, they were able to get staff members and educators, which they had never done before on particular, a lot of campuses around the world. And particular ones that I taught at, that became a mandate, where if you teach there, you also have to get particular medical procedures, and that wasn't going to work for me. And so I pretty much had gotten out of that, the formalized academia game, and I've had offers to go teach different places and do stuff, but I'm like, mucus-free life. You know what I mean? This is where it's at. This is what we're doing right over here. I'm not going to be. That becomes for me, the academia becomes at one point it was a place of safe harbor and kind of a safe haven, where I was able to practice the diet and be like a professional student and do a lot of studying, a lot of, I was able, so instead of going to a job or doing something, I'm studying as my job. Like, I'm learning, I'm studying, I'm researching and writing and getting all those skills together. And then you do that long enough, eventually they ask you to teach something. They're like, well, all right, you're here, can you teach this? I was like, all right. And then you work on those skills. And so, and I really enjoyed that part of my life, those couple years back years ago when I first started teaching. I learned a lot and developed a lot, and those were just some special years. I was fasting a lot. It was a lot of things were happening just personally. And then, like I said, it was sad to see that and I got a chance to really analyze the academia and that whole, so the analysis I was able to kind of take from that is they create this honorific system, this meritocracy is the word I'm looking for, this meritocracy that, and so it becomes this thing, like they have this, to be in school and you get this title and you get your doctorate and your professor and your whatever, and you get that, so that draws in some of the best, like some of the smartest people, that draws them in, and also some of the most people that would otherwise be the most revolutionary. It draws them in. So you look at some of the most revolutionary people or community organizers, that kind of stuff. A lot of them were in universities or ended up being professors or this kind of stuff. So it kind of draws those folks in. And when you're there, you ultimately have to filter yourself, or you find these creative ways, you convince yourself, well, I'm working from the inside, and I'm going to dismantle the master's mansion from the inside, and there's you do that a little bit or that. But what I ended up realizing was that the institution at a certain point, you got to get out of there, and you got to and then build your own institution, and or work with others that are building, build alternative institutions, the counter institutions that perform at even a higher level than what they have. And so that's my aspiration, is to create the institutions that are far superior to whatever they have, whatever they, to make Harvard and Stanford, all these places look like, whatever. We got serious institutions going on. So that's in the works. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun getting on here. And yeah, Brady said, homework time. Yeah, got the Coltrane doc queued up. Yeah, man, that's an excellent one. And so I thank everybody. And if you're go down below if you want to get access to the free training and get a little deeper into Mucusless Diet. If you haven't taken that yet, go down below. You can click that link and enroll there, and check out the other links down below. And definitely like, share, and subscribe. I didn't have my little ticker going today with the like, share, and subscribe with the fruit, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We got in, this was the 4 hours and 15 minutes we are getting in for this one, so definitely enjoyed being here. I appreciate Paul, appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you. Super chat. Fully agree with building small, strong, mucus-free communities. Dr. Eric, Brother Aaron, you have already informed the public massively. Yeah, man. Yeah, appreciate you. So let's keep on keeping on. We're gonna, as we say, transform our lives, transform the world, one bite at a time, one enema at a time. I might go do me another one. I did as I had, today was a fruit day, so all I had today was I had some pineapple, I had some juice earlier, and I had some pineapple, and I did an enema, and then like a few hours later I had some pineapple. And so we're gonna see what the evening has in store. So again, thank you so much, and until next time, peace, love, and breath.
We are mucus-free. We are mucus-free. We are mucus-free.